A very good afternoon and welcome to these Senate proceedings. They are brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in collaboration with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, PBU. On today's order paper, the Senate is scheduled to consider a number of bills. There are four bills that are listed for first reading. That is the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill, Senate Bills number 38 of 2023, that is sponsored by Senator Boni Alwale. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 40 of 2023, that is sponsored by Senator Haminda Kibwana. The Street Vendors Protection of Livelihood Bill, Senate Bills number 41 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Esther Ekunyuri. And there is the Energy Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 42 of 2023, that is sponsored by Senator Edwin Sifuna. And that bill is of particular interest. It seeks to regulate the way the independent power producers sell the energy to the country's energy authority, that is KenGen, and also Kenya Power. It is said that it sets the parameters which the Kenya Power has to consider when buying power from independent power producers and owners, as well as the legal owners of any independent power producing company. On the order paper still, there is a motion on the adoption of the report of the Senate Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret, and this is a resumption of the debate that was interrupted on Thursday, 5th of October, 2023. And there is also a heavy schedule before the Senate today on the Committee of the Whole. This is where the Senate sits as a whole, as a committee, and there are a lot of bills that are listed there. Some are coming for division, and others are coming to consider the amendments that are there. Among them are the Equalization Fund Administration Bill of 2023. And this bill is of particular interest to marginalized communities, and it provides for an advisory board to administer the fund. It also has aspects on the County Technical Committee on the same. And among the considerations that the fund seeks to deal with is that the fund is only financing programs or projects for the provision of the following basic services in areas identified as marginalized areas by the Commission on Revenue Allocation. And those services are services on water and sanitation, roads, health facilities, electricity, and such other basic services that the Commission on Revenue Allocation determines in course of its work. There are also Committee of the Whole it will also consider Agricultural and Livestock Extension Services Bill. Among bills sponsored by Senator Henok Wambua, the Startup Bill sponsored by Senator Crystal Asige, and there is also the Persons with Disabilities sponsored by the same Senator Crystal Asige, and the Kenya Sign Language Bill sponsored by Senator Asige, still with Professor Margaret Kamar. And there is also the bills that are coming now for second reading. Among them are the Tea Amendment Bill, sponsored by Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, and the Heritage and Museums Bill, sponsored by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. And this bill seeks to have the heritage of all the counties as well as the national levels of government taken into consideration, and it mandates the national government to take care of heritage and cultural activities or cultural artifacts and monuments that are of national interest. I can see the Senate is about to start. The procession of the Speaker has entered the chamber. Any minute from now, the Senate will start its sittings, and the Senate Speaker Jeff Akingi is chairing the session today, and we hand you over to the proceedings of the Senate for your follow-up. Welcome.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, can you ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes?
The Senate quorum bell is being run, and this is pursuant to Standing Orders 39 and 40. Under Standing Order 39 on the quorum of the Senate, or a committee of the whole shall be 15 senators, and the bell is being rung now to ascertain that the Senate has achieved that quorum of 15 members or senators before it begins its proceedings today. And pursuant to Standing Order 40 of the Senate, at the commencement of a sitting of the Senate, if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately, after the prayer, order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes. And this is now the process that is being undertaken by the Sergeant at Arms to ensure that there is a quorum before the start of the Senate. Just as we had indicated earlier on, among one of the business that the Senate is scheduled to consider today is the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on our application for conferment of city status to the municipality of Eldoret. And under that order, the relevant sections of the law, or rather the relevant act that is applicable for conferment of a city status, is the Urban Areas and Cities Act. That is the Act of 2011, and it provides among them the criteria to be followed before a municipality can be granted a city status. And the object of that bill, or that act rather, is to provide the classification of areas as urban areas or cities. And among the considerations for classifying an area as a city, that is provided for under Section 5 of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, is that subject to subsection 3, an urban area may be classified as a city under this act if the urban area satisfies the following criteria. It has a population of at least 250,000 residents according to the final gazetted results of the last population census carried out by an institution authorized under any written law preceding the application for grant of city status, as an integrated urban area or city development plan in accordance with the Act or other existing laws on planning. It has a demonstrable capacity to generate sufficient revenues to sustain its operations, has demonstrable good system and records of prudent management, has the capacity to effectively and efficiently deliver its services to its residents, and it has in existence some of the services that are provided in the first schedule of that Urban Areas and Cities Act. And it has a robust active participation pursuant to Article 10 of the Constitution on the values and principles of national governance. I can see we have achieved the quorum.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. That is deferred. The Majority Leader, are you in a position to table this report? Please do.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following petition report on the table of the Senate today, 11th October 2023. This is a report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by Ms. Tarsila Mwashimba and others concerning unlawful salary deductions of female teachers by the Kenya Women Teachers Association, KEWOTA. Thank you.
The Honorable Senator Okoiti Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand pursuant to order. I stand to read a statement. Is a petition concerning the Changara Water Pan World Bank funded project. It reads, we the undersigned, citizens of the Republic of Kenya, and residents of Changara in Teso North Sub-County, Busia County, draw the attention of the Senate to the following. One, particulars of the project, that the Changara Water Pan project was funded Kenya shillings 24.8 million in June 2019 by the World Bank through the national government. That the project is being implemented by the county government of Busia through the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries Development. That the project was to benefit more than 5,000 families living in Changara through clean piped water and irrigation. That despite the colossal amount allocated, the project, which was to be completed by February 2020, has not been completed. That the project has stalled due to massive irregularities. Irregularities observed include that there was conflict of interest during awarding of the contract, since the contractor was a relative of the then sitting member of the County Assembly, MCA, of Nambuku, Namboboto Ward, Samia Sub-County, Busia County. That the project management committee was denied oversight documents, bill of quantities plan, the BQs, and the environmental assessment report. That the size of the approved water pan is unknown to the public, but what was constructed covers a small area and it is shallow, making it unviable. That the pipes drawing water from the water pan to the beneficiaries' farms are all exposed since they were not laid to the recommended depth. That the project was conceived and implemented without public participation. That the project management committee was ignored by the employees of the Busia County Department of Agriculture, who were manipulating the project, that the pipes drawing water from the water pan to the beneficiary's farm are all exposed, that most of the pipes are already leaking despite the project not having been completed, that the people downstream are and will be in considerable danger of being washed away if the embankment walls collapse, since the walls were not properly compacted, that the contractor did not have an independent site engineer, instead relied on the agriculture department engineers who were reasonably compromised, that the contractor did not have an independent site office, making it impossible for any necessary intervention, that the feeder roads passing through the project site were blocked, causing unnecessary inconvenience and accidents to the residents, that the issues have been raised before the county government of Busia, the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, and the World Bank, but no solution has been given, that the issues raised above are not pending in any court of law or any other legal body. Wherefore, your humble petitioners pray that the Senate, 1, looks into the manner in which the award of tender for the Changara Water Pan project was awarded to Berodi Company, investigates the misappropriation of the project's funds, ensures that those who violated the project's intended objectives face the full force of law, intervene to have the project completed because it's beneficial to the community. Dated 15th September 2023, presented by myself, Senator for Busia County, and next to it is a list of the petitioners who run to some 76 individuals.
Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, the petition should be committed to the relevant committee, and in this case, I direct that the same be committed to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources. Now, in terms of Standing Order 238-2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading this prayer, which is today, to respond to the petitioner by way of a report and lay the same report on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Senator Lomenen, that petition is dropped. Next order, clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate. Today, 11th of October, 2023, the National Treasury and Economic Planning Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Credit Guarantee Scheme Performance Report for the period ended 1st of July, for the period 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2023. 2, the National Treasury Economic Planning Annual Public Debt Management Report for financial year 2022-2023. 3, Lake Olbolosat Catchment Protection Area Order, Legal Notice number 116 of 2023. 4, the Karai Wetland Conservation Area Order, Legal Notice number 117 of 2023. 5, the Mwangea Hills Catchment Protection Area Order, Legal Notice number 118 of 2023. 6, the Larry Swamp Catchment Protection Area Order, Legal Notice number 119 of 2023. I thank you.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Labor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 11th October 2023, a report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of the Care and Protection of Child Parent Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2023, and secondly, report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on its consideration of County Hall of Fame Bill, Senate Bill number 18 of 2023. So I lay.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Now, honorable senators that wish for the convenience of the House and pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, I'd wish to rearrange the sequence of today's order paper to the extent that we move to prosecute order number 13, move to 14, then to 15. After that, we can resume the flow of business as contained in the order paper. So, clerk, kindly proceed to call that particular order.
Order number 13, the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, second reading.
Now, at the interruption of debate, the Honorable Senator Mohammed Chute MP was on the floor, and he has a balance of 3 minutes. And remember, honorable senators, debate had been limited to 5 minutes. So after the Honorable Senator Chute concludes on his intervention, any senator taking the floor to speak will not speak for more than 5 minutes. Proceed, Senator Chute.
As you've said, I have got 3 minutes left. I was at data protection. Now I will proceed to duplication of information. Mr. Speaker, this bill will help us in identifying duplicated processes. Let's say, for example, Honorable Speaker, in a place like Marsabit and Upper Eastern Northeastern, people don't know how to read and write. And if that data is in a system, if you come even after a year, definitely you will have your data being kept well. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I want to raise is currently digital system is helping us also in so many places. Like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, our people are traveling all the way to Ethiopia simply because of inefficiency in National Hospital Insurance Fund. Now, because of this system, if this bill goes through, that means it's good for people, that they can access their documentation anywhere they will be. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I want to raise is currently in Marsabit, there is issue on item number 8, on clause 46 and 47. This one deals with health tourism. That's why, Honorable Speaker, I said earlier, our people are going inside Ethiopia, and also, in some instances, India. I think if this bill goes through, we'll have people coming to Kenya, not people leaving Kenya, going into Ethiopia or even India. Mr. Speaker, before we got 2010 Constitution, when the district commissioners are in charge of the districts, we have, Mr. Speaker, our hospitals having medication. People are coming all the way from Ethiopia, coming into hospitals in a place called Sololo and Moyale, and as far as Marsabit. Unlike today, our people are doing their tourism health service in Ethiopia and some in India. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge my fellow senators to support this bill. This is a very good bill, good for Kenyans and good for where I come from, Marsabit County. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Maanzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very important health bill, whereby we are talking of going digital and making sure that, Mr. Speaker, that hospitals improve in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, there has been a need to improve the processes dealing with the hospitals in Kenya. From the time a patient reports or happens to be an emergency case in case of an accident, up to the time that patient is referred or transferred, or up to the time that patient leaves the hospital. And in the unfortunate case of death, then the whole process has to be complete. And the use of digitalization or making sure that everything goes keeps records faster. And the most important in proposal of this bill is the privacy of the patients. Because the moment things are digital, there's a likelihood of hacking and there's a likelihood of information leaking to the wrong persons, and that information may be used wrongly against patients. But the way things are currently is very manual, and you need, even the past records of the patient. The moment everything is in a digital form, you are likely to pick what is the history. And in the event that particular patient had collapsed or had just had an accident and is unable to talk for themselves, it is easier to pick that information from data. And once you pick that, it is easier to know how to treat or deal with that particular patient. The moment things are in a data form or in a digital form which can be accessed electronically, then it makes it easy also to effect payments. In the event the patient is insured, then it is safer for the hospital, and the hospital can proceed without first demanding monies to be paid or before the patient is attended to. But the moment the hospital from the database is aware that the sort of insurance that particular patient is operating under, it makes it much easier, Mr. Speaker, to process the patient and to be able to serve the patient, and even for the hospital to be paid. Now, this goes from the public hospitals to the referring hospitals and to the private hospitals, such that the data of this particular patient can be dealt with in those instances. And the whole idea is to make health very accommodating and to make it efficient. There's also the issue of health tourism. When people come to seek, medical assistance in our country, this has happened before. We have seen people travel from Burundi, from other countries to come to be assisted in our private or public hospitals here. The moment the patient is here, obviously they also will go on data, and you'll be able to know or to monitor how many patients have come to Kenya, as well as be patients and as well as be tourists. And then from the services that have been given, then they may refer to more people, and with that sort of data, then you are able to predict how to improve all the services to make them better. And also, Mr. Speaker, health is very important. And in a lot of cases, in the case of emergencies especially, you need to save the patient faster. And it really, really helps when you can get the history, the medical history of that patient to the doctor as urgently as possible, before the relatives come in or before the patient gains consciousness. And I think this is where life matters, and it's where it is critical. And it is at the same time a lot of people have lost their lives. One of the biggest challenges in hospitals in Kenya has been in case of injuries, and there have been a lot of accidents because of motorbikes, and the patient needs to go through scan, so they have to be scanned, and then that information is processed. Experts of 3D scan are very few in the country. So the moment that is
Senator for Kwale, you may consult, but kindly keep it low so that we can hear the contribution by the Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the moment somebody has gone through scan, that's what determines whether the patient will be treated at that particular hospital or they will be added to a different hospital. Mr. Speaker, this has to be guided by a law because that information is partly already electronic and it is transferable electronically. Even from the hospital, you are being referred to the hospital you are going to. So, Mr. Speaker, I support and I thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi na mimi nitoe maoni yangu kuhusu sheria hii ya digital health ambao tunaileta mbele ya Seneti. Bwana Spika, leo mimi nina furaha sana kuwa kati ya wale wabunge wa Senate ambao tunaingilia kujenga hii Kenya ambayo itakuwa baadaye, Kenya mpya ambayo watoto wetu na vitukuu vyetu wataishi, ambao sisi hatuishi sahi. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, nilikuwa naangalia runinga na nikaona kijigari kidogo sana kinabeba watu wawili, na hicho kigari walikuwa wanakiita katika hiyo runinga hiyo documentary, walikuwa wanakiita kigari, wanakiita e-shuttle. Yani hii ni kigari ambayo huko mbele wamepanga kwamba ukipiga simu hiyo gari itajua pale uko, na hiyo gari inaonyesha uso wako. Hiyo gari haina dereva, hiyo gari ni zaidi ya Uber na inatumia umeme. Bwana Spika, nchi ambazo zimeendelea wanatengeza data na information, na hii sheria ambayo tunataka kupitisha Bwana Spika inataka kugeuza Kenya hii iende mbele kwa mambo ya kuweka data ama kuweka maneno yetu katika kompyuta digitali. Bwana Spika, mimi ninasema namna hii, tutengeneze sheria hii na tuipitishe haraka sana, kwa sababu leo hii Bwana Spika, kule Tana River watu wakienda kwa hospitali, kila mtu anabeba kijikaratasi ama kitabu na anaenda mbele ya daktari. Bwana Spika, daktari anaandika na pengine anatibiwa. Akirudi siku nyingine, kama ile karatasi imepotea, ile kitabu imepotea, daktari tena anaanza kumuuliza maswali, hakuna record ya mambo ambayo yako pale. Bwana Spika, leo mtu akiwa amepata ajali ama ni mama anaenda kujifungua, record zake za health hazijulikani, na pengine amepelekwa mahali kwa matibabu ya juu zaidi ama referral. Bwana Spika, akifika kule historia yake ya health tena haijulikani, kwa sababu ni kitabu ambacho kinatumika na kinapotea. Bwana Spika, mimi nasema hii sheria ndiyo inatupeleka mbele kwa mambo ya health katika hii Kenya. Na mimi nasema Bwana Spika, miaka itakuja itaenda na itaisha. Wakati ambao tutaenda kuretire kule kwetu mjini kwetu Ngao London, Bwana Spika, tutakuwa wagonjwa tukija tukizeeka. Ukienda pale kwa public hospital, kama rekodi zako zote, yani ukitoa kitambulisho namna hii, rekodi zako zote, ulipokuwa waishi pale, unaenda wapi, madaktari, rekodi zako zote ziko. Yule daktari atakupatia dawa ambayo itakufaa, atakupatia diagnosis ambayo itakufaa, na ile shida yako ambayo inakusumbua utapata kutibika vizuri. Bwana Spika, sasa hiyo itakuwa sio Mngatana peke yake, sio wakubwa peke yake ambao wameretire, ama wazee ambao walikuwa kwa serikali wameretire, ama wafanye biashara. Itakuwa ni kwa kila mwananchi wa Kenya. Bwana Spika, hii sheria tukiipitisha leo itaenda kubadilisha kabisa hali za Kenya kuhusu mambo ya health, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa naomba wenzangu na wote ambao tutaangalia hii sheria, tuangalie na tuipitishe, kwa sababu itatusaidia sisi na watoto wetu na kila mtu. Najua Bwana Spika itakuwa ni safari ndefu, kwa sababu ukiangalia hizi health records zote za wananchi wa Kenya, mamilioni ya watu bwana ambao tuko hapa, itakuwa muda mrefu kuweka hizo vitu mpaka tuzipate sawa sawa. Lakini tunajua sheria hii tukiipitisha leo bwana, katika miaka 10, miaka 5 kuendea mbele, tutakuwa tumefanya hatua kubwa sana Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa naomba wenzetu tushirikiane, tuipitishe katika hii Senate na tuipitishe haraka sana. Vile pengine tungependa kusema Bwana Spika ni kwamba hata wakati serikali ya county inaenda kufanya
Senator Professor Ojenda.
Speaker, sir, I rise to support the enactment of the Digital Health Bill as proposed. Mr. Speaker, sir, the world over, Canada, UK, and the US.
Senator Newton and the senators who are upstanding, kindly take your seats. Senator Mandago, you're out of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, electronic medical records, or EMR, and electronic health records is the only way that institutions use or countries use, Mr. Speaker, sir, to ensure that not only do you engage and ensure that patients get the best of health because of their medical records, but also it is easy to preserve, to diagnose, and to prevent certain illnesses arising from the electronic data. And where the law, Mr. Speaker, sir, is progressive of the nature that we see in the current bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, the only way to go is to protect it so that this country can advance to the second level or the third level, use technology and telemedicine to ensure that the lives of the citizens of this country is protected in a manner that is preventive. Mr. Speaker, sir, preventive medicine is the way to go for this country, so that patients are able to know the conditions that they are likely to suffer after a number of years, given their records, and so that health centers and health dispensers and even those who give preventive medical care are also able to have access to data that they can use to ensure that preventive medicine is actualized. Mr. Speaker, sir, the COVID-19, 2019 pandemic claimed many lives. The medical records of those who suffered, for instance, those who are vulnerable, would have led to decisions that would have even been more preventive if we had enacted law of the nature that we have in Parliament today. Because then you'd predict and know who is more vulnerable than the next person. And that is what electronics and what electronic data and medical data is all about. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this bill. Is timeless. It will help this country move to the next step and place us, Mr. Speaker, sir, at the level of all civilized countries, Canada, the UK, the US, Australia, and other democracies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Wafula.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii kuchangia kuhusiana na kuhakikisha kwamba mfumo wa kidijitali wa afya unaafiki malengo ya Wakenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa muda mchache ambao nimepitia mswada huu ni kwamba utahakikisha kwamba mfumo huu una vigezo ama una uwezo wa kuhakikisha kwamba zahanati ama hospitali za humu Kenya zinahusishwa ama zinatambulika. Vile vile wauguzi katika sekta mbalimbali watakuwa wanawajibika kwa sababu data yao itakuwa katika mfumo huu. Vile vile itahakikisha kwamba madawa kutoka kwa viwanda vinavyotengeneza dawa hadi katika mahospitali na watumiaji wataweza kunaswa katika mfumo huu wa kidijitali. Vile vile madawa mbalimbali yataweza kuafikiwa ama kupatikana kupitia mfumo wa kidijitali. Na vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kuhakikisha kwamba ujumbe wa kibinafsi ama arafa za daktari, mapendekezo ya madawa yataweza kuwekwa vizuri dhidi ya wale ambao unyemelea magonjwa ama arifa za watu binafsi kwa minajili ya kupata kile wanachotaka. Mheshimiwa Spika, mengine ambayo yanaafikiwa katika mfumo huu ni kwamba yote haya yanafanywa kidijitali na kupitia mfumo wa kiteknolojia na kuhakikisha kwamba nyenzo ama taasisi za kifedha ambazo zitakuwa zinashiriki katika kuhakikisha mfumo huu na afiki malengo ya serikali, pesa zitakapokuwa zinalipwa ama watu watakapokuwa wanalipa pia wataweza kunaswa katika mfumo huu, ili pasiwe na, kama ilivyokuwa ada, watu kutozwa malipo ya juu kinyume cha sheria ama taasisi za kifedha kuweza kupata mapato kinyume cha matarajio ya wagonjwa na serikali. Sasa mimi naunga mkono mswada huu kuhakikisha kwamba Kenya inasonga mbele. Kile ningependa tu kuongeza, Mheshimiwa Spika, nimeona mapendekezo hapa yanasema kwamba waziri husika atakuwa anapeana mwelekeo dhidi ama jinsi ya kutumia data ambayo itapatikana kutoka kwa Wakenya ili kuafiki ama kufanya mazuri katika nchi ya Kenya. Ningependa iwekwe kabisa katika misingi madhubuti kwamba data hii ni ya wagonjwa ama wahusika wa sekta ya afya, na itabaki kuwa hivyo, isije ikatumika kivingine pasipo idhini ya mgonjwa ama mhusika. Kwa sababu jinsi tunaelewa Kenya hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, japo anasema itasaidia katika utafiti na data, langu ni kuuliza watu ambie ni utafiti upi, Mheshimiwa Spika? Kama ni utafiti wa kuleta madawa ya kukimu mahitaji ya Wakenya, sawa. Lakini sio kujulikana kwamba mheshimiwa fulani ama mtu fulani, iwapo ni mgonjwa ukitaka kumfinya unafinya kupitia mbinu fulani. Hiyo hatutakubali, Mheshimiwa Spika, na naomba kwamba ijidhihirishe wazi ama takapokuwa tunaunda sera, hiyo sera iweze kuzingira na kuweka data ya Wakenya vizuri ili tusije tukajuta siku zijazo. Kwa mafupi hayo, naunga mkono mswada huu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante.
Senator Wambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I have interacted with a number of bills. I can't remember having come across a bill with such a detailed part 1 on definitions. I'm not sure it's a good thing or a bad thing, but really it's really heavy on those definitions. Mr. Speaker, I will ignore I'll ignore Senator Alwale. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line on this bill is that it is a good bill within the context of a wider information technology regime. That, Mr. Speaker, it plugs into attempts to develop an electronic medical records in our country. Those who have interacted with the health sector for a long time, and I believe the Senator for Kakamega has done this, the idea behind the managed equipment services, creation of a centralized hub for communication between hospitals and dispensaries and health centers, so that at the click of a button, Mr. Speaker, the data concerning ailments in Kakamega can be read and interpreted and analyzed, and feedback given from Nairobi, from Mombasa, from anywhere. Mr. Speaker, it is also within the regime of telemedicine as we know it, and the use of drones to drop drugs in remote areas. So this bill must be appreciated within that context. The Speaker, I like the bill on the use of IT to ensure efficiency in healthcare. I'm really impressed by the concept of anonymization of data to ensure that then patients are protected from exposure, unnecessary exposure, within the context of sharing information within health facilities. Mr. Speaker, the bill says explicitly that data relating to health is a strategic national asset, in which case then this bill becomes a security bill, and this bill becomes a bill, once enacted, then it has to be properly protected. And the problem that I have with this beautiful bill, Mr. Speaker, is on the membership of the board of the agency. You know, Mr. Speaker, we have to get to a point that we move from this generic membership to boards, that the members of the agency, as anticipated in this bill, are principal secretaries responsible for certain ministries. Mr. Speaker, we have in this bill an opportunity to get our IT personnel, young people, to sit in a board as important as this, as opposed to just saying simply because you are permanent secretary for health, then you become a member of the board of the agency, the board of the agency. Why do I say that? I say that because one of the responsibilities of this bill, the bill anticipates that we shall develop a fresh register of our records, of our health records. Now, I have nothing against the sitting or future principal secretaries, but we may end up with a situation, Mr. Speaker, where at the top of the leadership of the board, then we have people that are
Before I allow Senator Mariam to make her contribution, allow me, honorable senators, to make the following communication. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Nandi, Staff Advisory Committee. The delegation is undertaking a benchmarking visit with their counterparts in the Senate. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. The Honorable Eliud Kirongo, Leader of Majority and Member of the Board, Mr. Leader of Minority and Member of the Board, Mr. Gideon Kisorio, Commissioner and Chair of the Committee, Ms. Clara Meli Chepkemei, a board member. Mr. Henry K. Tarus, Deputy Clerk, HR Finance and Accounts. Mr. Philemon K. Mayo, Director and HR Administration. Now, honorable senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful engagement. I will allow at this juncture the Senator Fernandi, under 1 minute, to extend his word of welcome to the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I want to extend a warm welcome to the team from Nandi County Assembly, led by Minority Leader and Kapkangani Ward, Member of County Assembly, Mheshimiwa Kirongo, and the team. Mr. Speaker, I know almost all of them personally. Like Commissioner Kibet was my senior in law school at Moi University. Clara Meli was a contestant for the women rep position, and the other colleagues, Mr. Speaker, I really want to welcome them, to wish them fruitful engagement. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank your office for always facilitating the capacity building of our county assemblies across the country. We don't take it for granted. Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor so that they learn the best practices that we do here in Parliament, because we are still building capacity to most of the county assemblies. So, in our local language, Mr. Speaker, we normally say, Otagatin Togol, Asante Sana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need change in all institutions. This bill brings changes to medical in our health sector. The objective of the bill is to provide framework for our health service. Mr. Speaker, this bill, if it goes through and we have to accept, because most of stakeholders, all of the stakeholders we have listened to, they have accepted. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda and your colleague.
Mr. Speaker, this digital bill.
Just a minute. Now, honorable senators, there is a tendency that is gaining a lot of currency as we go about our business in the Senate. Many times do we see senators roaming around the chamber while a member is contributing. Now, we're a house that is guided by our standing orders. And I want to draw your attention to Standing Order 118. That except we're passing to and from his or her seat, or when speaking, every senator when in the chamber shall be seated and shall not at any time stand in any of the passages and gangways. So unless you're moving from point A to B, you're supposed to be seated. And consultations, honorable senators, let them be. Not to the extent where then you interfere with the senator who is contributing. Kindly let us all be guided. Proceed, Senator Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, if this bill goes through, there are so many issues will be solved. One is disease surveillance. With data reports, with a health data bank, we know how many critical illness which is going on, the chronic diseases, that's cancer. We can know how many populations of Kenya do have. It will also help in research. It will assist in research making on diseases, and it is medications. Mr. Speaker, during maternity, women normally go for the first visit. They normally do some checkup. If these bills go through, there is no need of doing it again and again. It is already in a record. The doctor concerned just prescribe the medicine straightforward. Mr. Speaker, it will also help in our pharmaceuticals. We know how many drugs we have imported or we have manufactured, and out of them, it is where, in which counties, and also expiry dates. Out of the bunch we have, how many are expired is known through this bill. Mr. Speaker, the other issue is consultations. The consultations will reduce. It will be easier for anyone to be consulted, consultation to be done wherever you are. You're not supposed to come physically to the hospital. Consultations and telemedicines, it will be easier for people. Mr. Speaker, this provide data governance and the protections of personal health information is also guided by this bill. Mr. Speaker, in other countries like Turkey, all their citizens, they are given a card which show you can go to any hospital, paperless hospital, any doctor. There's no misdiagnosis. You cannot be misdiagnosed by any doctor. You will be given the drugs straightforward. If we go ahead for this bill, that diagnosing system of our health sector, doctors, diagnosing the wrong drugs for patients will reduce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by appreciating the spirit of this bill. Mr. Speaker, apart from this life of politics, I am an ICT practitioner. And one of the solutions I have provided is integrated hospital solutions. And I know what it takes to have that system and what the benefits of that system. So what this bill is doing is proposing that we have one such system for the entire country, which is a good idea. I think it's long overdue to have that kind of system. As members have said, it will allow sharing of data. It will allow things like telemedicine, which are very important. It will stop our Kenyans traveling all the way to India to seek medication when they can still get the same services online. So there are good things about it. But Mr. Speaker, this bill is akin to a soda, like Fanta, but with some small poison in it, which I think is important as this House to talk about this. Mr. Speaker, you know we exist in this House to protect our counties, to protect devolution. And when I read through the bill, though I agree with the spirit of wanting to manage data better, but that must be done bearing in mind that we are in a devolved system of government. Mr. Speaker, when I look at the entire bill,
it is completely transferring the management of data to the national government. Mr. Speaker, you know the aspect of data. Data is now the engine of everything that we do. So if we allow one arm of government to control data, we are simply saying that we are now taking back health to the national government, which I think is one of the challenges I'm seeing in this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the proposed digital health agency, that proposed digital health agency is populated by representatives from the national government, and even the proposal to have 3 members from the Council of Governors, the CS still has powers to appoint those members, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this digital health agency contradicts the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I also have a problem with the roles of the agency, the roles of CS, and the role of Director General for Health. They are jumbled up, Mr. Speaker. You find that the CS is going to handle matters which I think are routine matters, like managing data in all the life cycle of data. Mr. Speaker, that should be the role of the agency. So you find the agency has been established, but the CS for Health is undertaking roles, routine roles, that are supposed to be undertaken by the agency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this bill ignores Senate. It refers to National Assembly. I think it should talk about Parliament, so that health being a devolved function, Mr. Speaker, Senate must have a say. Mr. Speaker, this bill also talks about establishing registries in counties and the national level. But it doesn't talk about the involvement of our governors or county government. That is why I find it very offending to the Constitution. And additionally, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, you know this bill is going to help us manage data. But nowhere in this bill does it talk about very important aspect of cybercrime. Because you are going to put people's data there, but how are you going to manage cybercrime? It talks about data being a strategic national data, but it doesn't make reference to computer.
Senator Methu. Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support the bill. I think this bill is long overdue. Today, the world is going global. Digital, everything is now digital. Having health digital gives history of the particular person from birth to death. It makes work easy for all our doctors.
Majority Leader, we honestly expect better from you.
It makes work easy for our doctors and practitioners. Today, people hustle carrying papers and films of X-rays from one corner to another corner. But with the digital, I think it's going to be easy for the patient to travel without any document, and easily make references. Honorable Speaker, in times of emergencies, this country has experienced a lot of emergencies, a lot of accidents. It is easier to identify the persons when they're involved in the accident at times of emergencies. And then instead of looking for the fingerprint and this thing, it's just with the DNA, it's going to be easy to identify the kind of accident when the person gets accident. It's easy to at least respond to his immediate relatives. It's easy to get the blood, blood group. It's easy to get the blood, body parts on all this. One other thing is patients can seek highly skilled references from various doctors in different parts of the world. A doctor in Germany, a doctor in South Africa, or anyone in Kenya can be able to treat somebody using that data at where he is or she is. Honorable Speaker, I think it also reduces the paperwork. Because you see, these days we use a lot of papers. You see, even this house, you see so many papers. And I think it's a high time this house also should go digital to save our trees. So with the digital, we will be able to at least save papers and be able to get all that you want from your computer or from your, whatever you have. One other thing, Honorable Speaker, at times, like things like DNA. DNA is actually, when you have digital references, the DNA of a person becomes very easy to get it. So I think the digital work will be very easy. One I've seen is actually the privacy. The penalty actually is 15 years or 1 million. I think that is the lower part of it. I think the penalty should be higher. Because, you know, some of these people who access this data are having a lot of money and think getting 1 million shillings is not a problem. So I think you need to review that part of it. One other thing is the health function is actually a devolved function. And little has been said about the counties. So I think, I don't know where the county will play, what role they will play in this digital thing. Though all the hospitals now will have digital, and all references will be digital, but I think the bill did not mention anything to do with the counties. As the chair of devolution, I think the bill needs also to devolve all the digital issues and involve not only the minister, but even the governors and the health personnel in the counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some comments on the digital health bill. Mr. Speaker, one of my pet peeves is working hard to be able to propose legislations and seeing those legislations collapse in the lower house. Mr. Speaker, the three arms of government have their own distinct roles. And this arm of government, the main role is to be able to develop legislation. Mr. Speaker, as I speak here, I speak as a member of the Health Committee. My colleague in the Health Committee, Senator Hamida, in July 2023, proposed an e-health bill, which was tabled in this House for first reading. It was published on the 27th of July, but because she's a member, and if you look at the order paper, there is order of preference. Any bill which is proposed by the majority, or rather the government, has got 3 stars. A bill which is proposed by a legislator has 1 star. The one which is moved by a chairperson of a committee has got 2 stars. If we compare apples to apples, Mr. Speaker, you take the e-health bill, which was proposed by Senator Hamida, and you take the digital health bill, which has been drafted by the Ministry of Health. If you compare apple to apples, you will find 85% plagiarism. So the question that I have today, because, of course, as a government, the government will always get, or the majority will always get their way, and the minority will have their say. What will happen when we now sit down here and consider Senator Hamida's e-health bill, which, in my view, took care of the issues which were being raised by Senator Otsotsi, the issue of data protection. The loopholes on the plagiarized bill are very serious on this country. Recently, we were all entertained by advertisements from clubs where people have complained they have gone to the Data Protection Agency, and some people are even being paid about 1.8 million shillings because of their picture being used. This bill is now going to jeopardize the future of our data. Today, Mr. Speaker, data is the most expensive commodity in the world. Mr. Speaker, this bill, because of the way it is being rushed, has got serious loopholes. And I just want to beseech my colleagues that if we are now going to use public funds to go through the process, because Senator Hamida's bill will come here, it will go through the 3 processes. It will go through public participation. That is public money that we're spending. Why don't we have some common sense to prevail, bring the 2 bills, sit down, merge the 2 bills, give the distinguished senator an opportunity to also to be recognized. Because when she was nominated to come to this House, Mr. Speaker, it was one of our desires to ensure that she passes legislation. Let us not remain to become a house that just rubber stamps. We are passing this, yes. We know these bills are going to be ascended into law within the next few days, in fact, 10 days. But do we think about it? Do we think about the actions? Do we think about the unintended consequences? I think it's about time, Mr. Speaker, that we become future-centric in our thinking in terms of drafting legislation, so that when we have got issues, we don't just put them under the rug. The rug now has got so much which is hidden there because we cannot talk. Mr. Speaker,
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono mambo ya kuzungumza mambo ya afya, kwa sababu tunajua afya ndio kila kitu katika ulimwenguni, na tukipitisha tutakuwa tumeelekea vizuri, kwa sababu tunaona serikali ya Kenya Kwanza iko na maono, kwa sababu tunajua kama nchi za ng'ambo, Amerika, Turkey, Dubai na kaunti zile zingine, hii ni mambo walipitia mapema, na sasa sisi tuko kwa mstari wa kupitia hiyo. Lakini yangu ni kusema pia tukifanya hiyo mambo yote, tunafaa tuangalie wafanyikazi wale waliajiriwa mtu akiwa miaka 20 mpaka miaka 60, kutoka hapo atakuwa na kaa namna gani, na pia hiyo mitambo itatusaidia. Mtoto akisaliwa rekodi yake yote itakuwa kwa ile mtambo, na pia hakutakuwa na sinda yoyote. Lakini je, swali letu ni kuuliza katika Senate, mtu akienda retire atafaidika namna gani? Kama tunajua nchi za ng'ambo, mtu akiwa amefika miaka 60 huwa anaangaliwa, pia serikali huwa inamlipia kila kitu, na unakuta kuna watu wanafanya hiyo kazi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba hata kama tunapitisha tuweze kuangalia wale wafanyikazi na wale akina mama wazee, na pia sisi tukisereka itatusaidia na njia gani. Kwa hivyo upande ya mimi na mambo ya Embu County tunaunga mkono hiyo mambo ya hiyo machini. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Hamida.
Mr. Speaker, seriously, I have nothing much to say. I just said I have realized some amendments, not realized. I had already chipped in while we sat with the MOH, and I gave my observation. So what I'm saying is that I want to, I will send my amendments so that at least where I've seen some deficiencies, deficiencies for them to be filled in. I have many observations, and I don't think 5 minutes will be enough for me, Mr. Speaker. So I will file the amendments, and I'll make sure that at least everything is put in place. But I feel strongly there's a vacuum. There's a gray area that has not been covered when it comes to medical tourism, when it comes to telemedicine. But I'm happy to be able, at least, you know, to add my voice on this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make my contribution to this bill. And I want to start by saying that I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, because of several reasons. One, Mr. Speaker, in this country we have had problems, not only in health, but in each and every other sector, Mr. Speaker, about misplaced files. And so, Mr. Speaker, medical data being important the way it is data that we may not afford to lose, Mr. Speaker, and that is why I support this. Mr. Speaker, we have had instances in hospitals where patients, where doctors prescribed medication that was not fit for people maybe living with some conditions, Mr. Speaker. And I say this because I am a victim. I lost my father in 2014 when a doctor prescribed drugs that were not supposed to be consumed by a patient with diabetes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, had there been information digitally, I think the doctor would not have made that mistake. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we have medical records digitized, Mr. Speaker, this will translate even to the safety of patients. Mr. Speaker, some people have allergies. And again, when this information is not captured, it affects patients, Mr. Speaker. And so when we have information brought together digitally that at the click of a button, any doctor or any medic will be able to see the history, the conditions of each and every patient, Mr. Speaker, that they are treating. And so if not for anything else, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very good bill for that. Mr. Speaker, some illnesses are hereditary. They are in our genes. When information is on papers, on cards, sometimes, again, this information could get lost, and doctors will struggle, taking the history of a patient every time that they are seeing a patient. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it will also save on doctors' time, that they do not have to take history all the time, that every different doctor that sees a patient that has been seen by another doctor will not have to take history again. It will just be there. And Mr. Speaker, this will be of utmost importance. Mr. Speaker, many people will acquire knowledge and information and die with it when their time to die comes, because it is appointed for every man to die one day. I wish I could be excluded from that. Mr. Speaker, we have people who have information, and if they do not put the same in books, they die with it, Mr. Speaker. And so when we digitize this information, medical information, then it means that any information, any knowledge that has been in possession of any medic and so captured that this information and knowledge will, Mr. Speaker, benefit others that come later. And we do not have to keep reinventing the wheel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen old people. Some people may not be very old, but some people may not be very literate, Mr. Speaker. And when they have conditions, they just produce books, cards, and tell you these are the cards, the records from hospital and what have you. So the information regarding to their health, to their conditions, then is not confidential, Mr. Speaker. And nothing can be more embarrassing.
Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to support, to make my contribution on to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the whip that where the president makes a proposed law that I think is not progressive, I'll oppose and oppose vigorously. But where the proposal is progressive, and Mr. Speaker, can I be protected, Mr. Speaker?
Order, senators. Order, senators. Order. Senator Boni. Senators, let us have order.
Mr. Speaker,
the matter of oversight are not in the hands of Commissioner Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker,
allow him to represent the people of Nyamira
yes.
adequately. Order, senators.
Mr. Speaker, between oversight and the money in the account is one Cherage. If you can withdraw the case he has filed, together with Senator
Mogeni, stop drawing yourself to that debate.
The money will be in the account.
You may not win it. Just now, proceed to make your contribution.
Mr. Speaker, speaking on behalf of the people of Nyamira, this is a very progressive bill.
What is the point of order, Senator Fernandi?
Mr. Speaker, I know the commissioner might have landed today. He has been away for too far. Mr. Speaker, is it in order understanding 103 of the standing order to discuss matters that are in court, Mr. Speaker? And to even point me out, Mr. Speaker, it's not even me. It is the institution that is in parliament and in which matter. He is a learned senior that should be well versed in such matters.
Senator
can he withdraw and apologize to me, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Fernandi, I think Senator Mogeni's statement was prompted by you and Senator Boni. And if anything, Senator Mogeni did not discuss the merits or demerits of the matters that are before court. He merely made an observation that there are proceedings that are active, which is a statement of fact. Senator Mogeni, proceed to make your contribution on this matter.
Mr. Speaker, it's a good thing to have a lawyer as our chair, so that you advise colleagues like Senator Cherage.
Senator Mogeni, your colleague commissioner wishes to inform you.
I had lunch with him. If he had anything to inform me, he should have informed me at that time. So I decline. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, Mr. Speaker, speaking as a person who wants to have laws that are beneficial to the people of Nyamira, this is a progressive bill, Mr. Speaker. I've read it, Mr. Speaker, and you know, Mr. Speaker, we have had problems of medicines being stolen from our hospitals. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, in the county of Nyamira, we had a governor launching empty boxes in form of drugs. Empty boxes, Mr. Speaker. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, once this bill is passed and the records of patients in our counties, including Nyamira, are stored, we are going to have data, Mr. Speaker, where we can project the requirement of medicine in our hospitals. You know, I have only 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker, where we'll have
What is the point of order, Senator Boni? And kindly hold the time for Senator Mogeni.
Mr. Speaker, you heard the Senator of Nyamira. He has very useful information. Mr. Speaker, that the governor of Nyamira is corrupt. He's been launching empty boxes for medicines. And Mr. Speaker, because those pharmaceuticals are bought by funds that are appropriated in this House, Mr. Speaker, good understanding order number 105, the Senator Nyamira be invited to substantiate.
Senator Boni, what more would you require the Honorable Senator to substantiate? He has already stated the fact. It's upon the relevant committee to proceed and swing into action. But the good senator has told you exactly what he saw in Nyamira. What more do you need him to say beyond that? Senator Mogeni, proceed to conclude your contribution on this.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is good. I've gone through it, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm impressed that my records are going to be stored for the next 25 years, Mr. Speaker. When I retire from Nairobi to my village of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, and I'm consulting a doctor in my primary health care, the doctor will just touch the computer and my records will come out, Mr. Speaker. What else would you want, Mr. Speaker, in this era of technological advancement? That's what we want, Mr. Speaker. We have so many patients. I don't know about your counties, but from Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, there are so many patients who travel all the way to India just for a doctor to look at an MRI. I hope that with teleconference, Mr. Speaker, a patient from Nyamira can take an MRI in Nairobi, send it to India, look at the results there, and then they discuss with the patient. So I want to urge my colleagues, including my friend from this side, that this is one of those bills that bipartisan support is essential. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about issues dealing with health, Baba care. And this is the time, Mr. Speaker, that we need to come together, support this great idea, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure it will be transformative. It will transform the way we deal with the people we represent at our counties, Mr. Speaker. So I fully support Mr. Speaker. I hope once this bill is enacted, Senator Cheruiyot, my people in Nyamira can go to the hospital, they are attended to, and if there is consultation, that doctor in Nyamira can call a specialist in Nairobi, send an X-ray. The doctor looks at it and then discusses with the one in Nyamira, and medicine is prescribed. You don't need to wait for a result in an hospital. Go to a hospital, they take an X-ray, the results will be sent to the other doctor on the other side. So it's progressive, Mr. Speaker, and on this one, I support Senator of Nandi. On this one, I support fully, and the only issue is that once we have passed it, later on, maybe after another 7 months or so, we can revisit to look at a few clauses that may not be right. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I fully support. This is a good idea, and I hope once it's enacted, we shall implement it. Then we change the way, Mr. Speaker, we deal with our patients. And after this, I hope Senator Cherargei, Senator Dulo, and another senator who have filed a case, you'll create time, we sit, talk. You can see the mood in the House. You can't resist the wish of the senators. They want oversight funds like yesterday. So I urge my friend, Senator Cherargei, on behalf of the people of Nandi, to wake up tomorrow, withdraw that case, Mr. Speaker, so that I can give senators oversight money. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mr. Speaker, kwa sababu kwanza nimeamuka kuunga mswada huu mkono, kwa sababu kama sisi watu wa mashambani hapo awali tulikuwa tunapitia mambo magumu sana, kwa sababu unaenda kwa daktari hata uitwi jina lako, unaitwa kulingana na magonjwa yako. Na magonjwa mengine ambayo haifai kutajwa, lakini kwa mswada huu wacha mambo zako. Mr. Speaker, anilinde kutokana na watu wenye wacha hiyo mambo. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, nataka kusema ya kwamba inasaidia sana kuhifadhi magonjwa ama kuwa data za watu ambao wamekuwa wagonjwa. Jambo la pili, Mr. Speaker, katika kaunti ambazo hazina wauguzi wa kutosha, sana sana kama wale wanahusika, wale wataalamu wa magonjwa, na kaunti kubwa, zile kubwa, kuna uwezekano wa kuwa na daktari moja mtaalamu katika eneo moja. Lakini mgonjwa anapohudumiwa katika zile zahanati ambazo ziko katika wadi, yule mtaalamu mmoja anaweza kuwa anahusishwa. Kama mtu amevunjika mguu, amepigwa ile picha, imetumwa, imetafsiriwa, alafu inarudishwa na anaweza kutibiwa, ambao pia itapunguza msongamano katika hospitali zetu. Jambo hilo lingine ni kwamba sahihi katika mambo ya kuandikiwa katika makaratasi na stakabadhi za vitabu.
Just hold on, Senator Murango. Senator Nyutu and Senator Boni. How many times will I read Standing Order 118? Proceed, Senator Murango.
Nataka kusema katika enzi hizi ambapo sasa utaangalia ukienda kwa daktari unaandikiwa mandawa na ugonjwa wako katika makaratasi. Ambao wakati mwingine wakati unatembea makaratasi yanatapakaa kila mahali. Nadhani tumefika wakati ambapo zile data ambazo zinapatikana katika wagonjwa ziweze kuhifadhiwa na njia inayofaa, kwa sababu sio lazima kila mtu ajue umegonjeka wapi. Kwanza wakati kama huu unaona kuna magonjwa mengi ambayo yanaleta unyanyapaa. Unaenda kutafuta kazi, makaratasi yako ulionekana uko na ugonjwa, unakaa kama ugonjwa wa mnyama, halafu unaanza kuambiwa pale mbeleni. Kwa hivyo kunakuwa na ubaguzi kama huo. Na nikimalizia nataka niseme ya kwamba hata magonjwa mengine, nchi ambazo zimeendelea zaidi ambazo ziko na zinatumia teknolojia ya kisasa, watu wanatimbiwa na daktari akiwa mbali kabisa, kwa sababu yule daktari ambaye yuko anapewa mwongozo. Kwa hivyo itampunguza pia gharama ya kutembea nchi za mbali kama vile India, kwa sababu daktari akiwa pale anaweza kukuhudumia hata kama uko mahali kama hapa Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nitaunga mkono na niseme ya kwamba sidhani kamwe ya kwamba kutakuwa na shinda wakati mswada utapita. Kwa sababu hata vitambulisho zenye tuko nazo pia ziko na serikali ya kitaifa. Na hiyo imaanishi ya kwamba tuwezi kutumia vitambulisho zetu na stakabadhi katika counties. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kusema ni vizuri kuunga mswada huu mkono ili tuweze kuwa na kuendelea kuzuri katika utumizi wa mandawa na kutibu wagonjwa. Asante sana.
Senator Onyonka. Senator Onyonka, Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. First of all, I would like to basically adopt what Honorable Omogeni said. This is a very progressive bill. I would like to echo what my senior honorable brother, Senator Halwale, has said about the bill. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know about the reality of life, anything nice sometimes will have its shortcomings. And one of the issues that I would like to emphasize on, Mr. Speaker, is that let this team understand, and the team I mean is my fellow senators, understand that the Kenyan public has very high expectation as to what we are going to do so that we are able to disentangle and recalibrate some of the issues that are disturbing the public. Mr. Speaker, in Kisii County, Level 6 Hospital, up to now, the names of individuals who visit the hospital are written in an exercise book. Some of those exercise books are just petty pieces of paper. Once somebody leaves the hospital, then those papers don't mean anything. The data issue that is being discussed in the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, of course, is a new recalibration of where we are heading as a country in terms of a medical provision of the services. But the reality is that we are actually lagging behind. And I would like to, again, emphasize to my colleagues in this House that what we did in Turkana was brilliant. It was bipartisan. There was a lot of consultation. And that is the way we should go. The idea that we are trying to pass a bill because we have certain vested interest should be a thing of the past. Mr. Speaker, I would finally like to say that any of the challenges that we are facing in terms of who is going to be on the hierarchy and whether we are removing the responsibilities of removing the health sector or the health industry which has been devolved to the county governments, I believe that this House is seized enough with very qualified senior lawyers and people of experience like some of us to sit and explain to them that please don't pass a bill which, if it goes to the High Court or to the Constitutional Court, it will fail. Make sure you pass a bill with the minimum thresholds so that when the bill goes to the Constitutional Court, it will pass with flying colors. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I am sure that this bill will go a long way in solving the problems for our people. whether it's medicines we are providing them, whether it's the procurement of those medicines, whether it's the records of the children who are born and their mothers, or whether it is the record of the parents or the male parents who are suffering from diabetes and blockages and all these other diseases like hypertension. And I believe this will go a long way in solving the problem of health that our country has faced from 1963, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I support.
Senator Mofaya.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through this very important document. We are going as a country to see some very serious changes in the health sector because, Honorable Speaker, in matters related to treatment, it will be a one-stop shop. It doesn't require the doctor to misdiagnose a patient because maybe he doesn't have your history. Now, this time around, Honorable Speaker, it will be very easy for a doctor across the world. Just by the click of a button, the doctor will be able to know exactly what you have been suffering from all the decades. Honorable Speaker, we have had a lot of issues, especially in the health sector, in health centers, in dispensaries, where we have had patients going for wrong treatment, even doctors making some wrong prescriptions because they don't have any history. So on this arrangement, Honorable Speaker, this bill is going to bring a lot of changes in this country. And it's a way of saying that we are growing as a country because we are trying to do exactly what other developed countries are doing. And this is the best thing that is going to happen to this country. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I seriously beg to support.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Right from the onset, I do support this bill. And I support this bill because, Mr. Speaker, the future of medicine must be digitalized. And the essence of digitalizing medicine, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that you curate and tailor medicine to the individual and healthcare provision to individuals, such that individuals can take control of their prevention measures on healthcare, as well as be able to deal with the issues of costs at best as possible. If you even think about health providers who help our people. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I must say that in the spirit of standing for devolution, as we have always done, with devolved functions that are fully devolved to counties, Mr. Speaker, this House must always rise to stand to protect devolved functions. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sponsor a bill in this House where we are creating anything, national agency, national department, national councils. I think that, Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity with this bill because it's a unique one, given that data management and data protection is a different animal altogether, Mr. Speaker. But I think that the provision of this bill that gives the function for the digital health agency, we should revisit this and make sure that we move an amendment to ensure that instead of a national digital health agency, we have got county digital health agencies. That is when we're standing for devolution, Mr. Speaker. This bill also does provide for board of directors of the digital agency. It goes without saying that it's either we have that board of directors predominantly dominated by county officials or people who are protecting devolution, but not national, or otherwise just have that board at the county level. Mr. Speaker, this bill also does establish for the comprehensive health information system. Mr. Speaker, I think that there needs to be clarification that needs to be made to make the methodology of this system to incorporate ICT elements in the counties, Mr. Speaker, for better data collection and data protection. Mr. Speaker, this bill also provides for a consent to e-health services, but it doesn't actually give a comprehensive protection of rights of both patients, as well as give obligations to people who are taking this data from patients to be able to actually protect those rights. This is something that I think that we can be able to amend and make this bill better. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the bill does talk about health tourism, that I think that is also very important, that is harmonized to make sure that the health tourism is extremely well regulated. But that said, Mr. Speaker, in the remaining 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, a senator has gotten up in this House and raised a very serious issue that I have seen you deal with before in this House, the issue of plagiarism of a bill of another senator in this House, Mr. Speaker. I think that as a House, when Senator Ledama raised this issue, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to raise on a point of order to seek your pronouncement on it, but then when I went to check, I actually realized that Senator Mida's bill was actually gazetted as Gazette Supplement number 177, and this bill that we're discussing was gazetted as Gazette Supplement number 164, which goes without saying that Senator Mida's bill was indeed the first one and is still in our Senate bills, Mr. Speaker. If this is indeed true, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech you to make a pronouncement on this matter, because we have seen this before when Senator Wambua raised a point of order once upon a time about a bill that was purported to have been plagiarized, and you gave us guidance as a House. For the purposes of harmony in this House, and for the purposes of harmony to be able to bring this bill to light, because I wouldn't vote consciously knowing that there is this kind of contention. And I think some senators also hold the same view. May you help pronounce yourself on this matter of a plagiarized bill, and we see whether we can harmonize the two bills so that we can be able to help our country have something profound. Otherwise, I do support the bill, but with caution on the issue of plagiarism. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Just taking it from where Senator Addy has left it, and considering the statements by Senator Ledama. Senator Ledama, you're a member of the Senate House Business Committee that looks into business that must be transacted on the floor of this House. How I wish that this particular matter could have been brought to the attention of that committee, because then a pronouncement would have been done by the committee in terms of how do we move forward, where we have a bill from the National Assembly that takes 85% of a bill that has already been proposed and has become a property of the Senate. And I believe next week when the committee sits, Senator Ledama, if you could have the opportunity to put this across so that the House Business Committee can be able to look into it and pronounce itself on this matter. I don't think it's a matter that can attract the ruling of the chair. It's administrative, and it squarely lies within the mandate of the Senate Business Committee. Senator Tabitha Mutenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I do rise, Mr. Speaker, very much in support of this very good bill. One, Mr. Speaker, I'm coming from a point of being digital literacy ambassador. In 2023, as we are, I really do advocate matters digital very much. And also coming from the medical space, Mr. Speaker, that my first profession, Mr. Speaker, having been a pharmacist, having done pharmaceutical studies and practiced pharmacy, I'm very happy that I have an opportunity as a legislator at this time to be able to be in this 13th Parliament and pass this e-platform on medical services, because it is the high time, it is the correct time that then we are moving to a digital space whereby all medical records will be, easily accessed, both long-term, short-term, because now there will be data My concern, Mr. Speaker, would be just on the confidentiality of this data. Data protection is very key because medical issues are very personal issues to anybody, anywhere. And it is very key that this information, as much as it's coming aboard, should be protected at all times for the interest of its own people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, issues of telesales have been there for quite a long time, looking at where we are. And I would also want to also urge inclusions in terms of the telemedicine factor. We have companies that are offering the same, but coming from a national outlook, whereby these services now would be also offered within our local hospitals, it is the way to go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also don't want to leave what my colleague Senator Hamida has pointed out in terms of the medical tourism. I do highly support, and I believe at her point of trying to have more input in this very passionate bill that I know she has, and had put a lot of input. And I'm happy, and I want to really appreciate your maturity, your leadership, and wisdom in terms of how you've responded on this issue, because I know, and I'm very happy to note that you had this bill not just for yourself, but for the benefit of the people of this country. And the maturity and leadership that you've shown, I applaud you for that. So I want to support when she talks about the medical tourism factor, because as most of us are privileged as members of parliament to be able to have access medical services out of this country, it is always very important that then the medical tourism factor applies in this particular point. We have private hospitals like Aga Khan. I'm aware they also have a digital platform where all your medical records, you are able to have them even in your phone because they have a very good app in it. So this being extended to the government institutions, then it is the way to go. Mr. Speaker, as Kenya Kwanza, I want to note, we are also coming from a point whereby the ICT ministry has really focused on ensuring that, of course, more digital hubs, and at the same time, increasing the number of digital services in this country. When we started, we had about 320 digital services. As we speak currently, we are over 5,000, and our target is over 15,000. And I believe that this is one of the platforms that is going to ensure that we increase the digital services in this country. So where we are in terms of even more technology, the cost cutting in this, as the Vice Chair of Finance and Budget, I'm happy because this is one of the areas that the government will be able to cut cost in ensuring that the services are all in one space. Delivery of the services, the lead time definitely will be shortened when we have this kind of service because it is all in one database. What we urge is that the youth to come out and be able to get these opportunities to be able to participate and handle the digital space because they really fit very much well in it, Mr. Speaker. And I know moving forward, we are going actually to sort much more complicated medical issues moving forward, and complicated issues within different people that different hospitals have not been able to sort correctly, because one has to move from one hospital to another, and yet you always have to start afresh because you don't have that information with yourself. And this
Senator Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. From the onset, I want to say I support the digital health bill. And I support it, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's a bill whose time had even come and passed. We should have done this a long time ago. There are so many countries that are benefiting from telemedicine currently, and we are very far from it. Mr. Speaker, I support specifically the issues of telemedicine, electronic health records. I know I had also worries, and I wanted to look at what has been used to protect personal data, and it is very clear from this bill that the only people who will handle this are healthcare providers who have valid licenses. Also, it is very clear that health facilities that will be allowed to to handle the e-health service delivery must be licensed, because that means all other questions should be done. But Mr. Speaker, only last week I had a call from a Kenyan who is in the US who had a challenge. Reason, she wanted to travel to Kenya, but she has a health condition. And the doctors were very worried. They had discussed this for almost a month, and at some point, the doctor said, you know, if you leave, we must send your data out to Kenya. But then they couldn't access hospitals that were handling e-data. And for that reason, they said, okay, we are going to put it in a format such that we will allow whoever practitioner will be in Kenya to access your information in our own system. It is then that I realized that we are even having challenges. And it's no wonder we have our people going to India, coming back and going back. And yet it is possible for any other test to be done and confirmed before you even leave for the second visit. So this is a very, very important thing, Mr. Speaker. I also support the fact that it is actually going to enhance health services. The issue of equitable access is one that is very important. When India started telemedicine a few years ago, Mr. Speaker, I was then Minister of Science and Technology, and we went as African ministers to be trained on this. And the whole idea was that they wanted to reach the rural parts of India. And they wanted their experts to treat all their people. What that means, and I like this issue of, and I want to support that actually there will be equitable access, is the fact that an expert in Nairobi Hospital will be able to give a recommendation to somebody who is in Eldoret, somebody who is in Mandera, and one who is in Lamu, within a very short time. Because in the telemedicine system, all tests can be done, you can prescribe for tests to be done, and they can be interpreted by a doctor who is virtual as far as you are concerned. And the nurses will be able to implement and execute the instructions that are given. So this is really going to transform our health sector, completely transform, because the ability to reach expert doctors, and we know that we don't have as many expert doctors as we should. Most of our referral hospitals have them because of the teaching facilities that they have. But how many teaching hospitals do we have? We have only 3 strong ones currently. And that is where the highest concentration of our doctors are. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is really something that is going to transform this country, and integrating health solutions are going to be the way to go. I really laud the government for coming up with this, and I would like to strongly support. Thank you.
Senator Miraj.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kuweza kunipa fursa na mimi niweze kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo inazungumzia kuwekwa data kwa mfumo wa kidijitali. Niweze kumpongeza aliyeweza kuja na fikra kama hii, kwa sababu mimi ni naibu wa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya ICT. Tukiwa katika vikao vyetu vya bunge mashinane kule Turkana, tuliweza kutembelea hospitali moja ambao tuliweza kuoneshwa jinsi gani data inahifadhiwa na huduma inavyopeana katika hospitali. Na niliona kwamba watu wa Lodwar pale Turkana wako mbele zaidi hata kushinda labda gatuzi nyingine kama yangu 001 pale Mombasa. Kwa sababu ni kwa kupiga tu simu, unapiga picha mgonjwa, inatumanwa, daktari anaisoma, ambao inapunguza ile safari ya kwamba mgonjwa apigwe picha, ipelekwe, iregeshwe. Inafanyiwa tu scanning kupitia vyombo vya kidijitali na huduma inapatikana. Kwa hivyo mimi napongeza kamati ya afya katika bunge la Seneti kwa kuweza kuja na fikra kama hii, ambao zaidi itasaidia kina mama ambao ni wajawazito, ambao mara kwa mara wanahitaji huduma. Na mara nyingi kina mama kama hawa wanapokwenda katika hospitali katika maeneo mengine huwa wanapata shida kwa sababu wanaanza tena ile process mwanzo. Lakini kwa sababu hivi sasa data yao itakuwa inahifadhiwa katika jinsi ya kidijitali, itakuwa rahisi kwa daktari ambaye atakuwa amekwenda kwake mama kama yule kupata huduma bila kuanza mwanzo process kama ile. Kwa hayo mengi ama machache, naomba kuunga mkono mswada huu. Asante.
Senator Faki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, pia mimi najiunga na wenzangu kuunga mkono mswada huu wa kuweka stakabadhi za afya katika njia ya dijitali. Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria hii imechelewa sana katika nchi yetu kwa sababu tayari madaktari na mahospitali mengi yanaweza kufanya hivyo bila ya kuwa na sheria. Mheshimiwa Spika, madaktari wengi wale ambao wanafanya kazi ya kupiga picha, radiology, wengi wana nafasi ya kusoma zile ripoti za picha hizo kwa njia ya dijitali na kuweza kuandika ripoti wakati daktari labda yuko Kisumu na anaandikia mtu ripoti yuko Meru. Kwa hivyo sheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, imechelewa sana kwa sababu mambo ambayo yanazungumziwa katika sheria hii ni tayari yanaweza kufanyiwa kazi na daktari na wahudumu wengine wa afya. Mheshimiwa Spika, lakini sheria hii pia itasaidia kupunguza msongamano wa wagonjwa katika mahospitali yetu kwa sababu baada ya daktari kupata ripoti mgonjwa hana sababu ya kurudi hospitali. Daktari anaweza kumwandikia dawa na dawa zile akaenda kuchukua kwa zahanati ama pharmacy bila ya yeye kuhitajika kumuona daktari kwa mara nyingine. Kwa Mheshimiwa Spika, mswada huu una mambo mengi mazuri na singependa kuongeza zaidi ya hapo, na kwamba ni sheria ambayo imekaa kwa muda mrefu wakati sisi kama taifa tulikuwa tunahitajia sheria hii. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuungana na wenzangu kuunga mkono mswada huu Bwana Spika. Na kwa kweli Bwana Spika, teknolojia iko nasi sasa Bwana Spika, na hatuwezi tukaepuka, na ndiposa nasimama kuunga mkono mswada huu na kusema ya kwamba sasa wagonjwa wetu angalau Bwana Spika, mswada huu ukipita watapata afueni. Hawataweza kusafiri Bwana Spika kwa sababu Bwana Spika, ukitembea sehemu nyingi za mashambani, pengine hata Laikipia, utoke mahali kunaitwa Rumuruti Bwana Spika, utoke mahali kunaitwa Dodo Bwana Spika, Kimanju Bwana Spika, na huyu mgonjwa Bwana Spika anahitajika aje hapa Nairobi. Bwana Spika, tukitumia hii mitambo ya digitali Bwana Spika, daktari aliyoko katika zile sehemu Bwana Spika ataweza kufuatilia vizuri Bwana Spika, na ugonjwa wake Bwana Spika unaweza ukasomwa, taarifa zake Bwana Spika zinaweza zikasomwa hapa Nairobi na daktari ambaye Bwana Spika pengine ni mkuu zaidi ama ambaye ni mzoefu wa kazi ile, na akaweza kusaidia bila yule mgonjwa kusafiri Bwana Spika. Hiyo Bwana Spika itasaidia hata kuangalau kuinua uchumi Bwana Spika, kwa sababu unapata watu wengi Bwana Spika hawana hela, harambee zinafanywa ndio mtu aweze kusafiri Bwana Spika kutoka katika sehemu za mashinani aende mijini mahali ambapo madaktari wako Bwana Spika. Na hii Bwana Spika itasaidia sana kwa sababu wagonjwa wataweza kupata afueni Bwana Spika. Jambo lingine Bwana Spika ni ya kwamba madaktari Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wakati stakabadhi za mgonjwa zimeweza kuhifadhiwa vizuri Bwana Spika, hautapata daktari huyu amesoma stakabadhi, ameweza kutokuwa na historia nzuri ya yule mgonjwa Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo historia imehifadhiwa vizuri Bwana Spika. Daktari wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu ataweza kufuatilia Bwana Spika bila kupata bila Bwana Spika kuwa na ule kukosea mgonjwa alikuwa na ugonjwa upi Bwana Spika. Historia inaweza kufuatiliwa vizuri Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, na hiyo itasaidia sana hata Bwana Spika serikali itaweza kupanga vizuri, kwa sababu tukiwa na stakabadhi hizi ambazo zimehifadhiwa kidijitali, serikali itaweza kujua vizuri na kupanga magonjwa yapi yameweza kukithiri katika sehemu hii au ile, na serikali inaweza kupanga vizuri, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, mimi nasimama kuunga mkono mswada huu, na ni mswada ambao umechelewa Bwana Spika. Ungekuwa umepita awali, ndio Wakenya wetu waweze kupata afueni kiuchumi Bwana Spika, na ilhali hata maradhi yao Bwana Spika iweze kushughulikiwa na madaktari. Hata daktari akiwa katika nchi za ng'ambo anaweza kumshughulikia mgonjwa. Nashukuru Bwana Spika na naunga mkono.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill, but I wish to make a few observations that I feel must go on record, even as this House considers this bill. Mr. Speaker, we should stop treating public participation as a suggestion. This House sought memoranda from the public and other parties, provide a newspaper notice on the 4th, and closed submission on 7th. Mr. Speaker, if we really want public participation to inform what we do as a House, we must make sure that we live up to the principles of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it is for that reason that Senator Sige and I are working on a proposal, a legislative proposal, to ensure that public participation is not treated as a suggestion. This particular bill, to give it 2 or 3 days of public participation, you advertise on Wednesday the 4th, and you close it on Saturday the 7th, Mr. Speaker, that appears as if we just did public participation to tick a box. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, looking at the report of the committee, Senator for Nyamira had beseeched us that this becomes a bipartisan bill. Unfortunately, the signatures on the report does not denote that bipartisanship, because it is only one coalition that has signed the report, and the other coalition, including the distinguished Senator Omogeni, did not append their signatures to the bill. And I wish we knew the reasons why they did not put their signatures on the bill, even though I understand that Senator Omogeni must have been shuttling, must have been in the sky team, flying from one country to the other, and that is why his signature was not there.
Senator Kajwang, would you wish to be informed by Senator Mogeni?
Yeah, he might want to tell us which country he was in.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform my neighbor, my good friend of Omabe, that I actually participated in the last meeting that prepared the final report yesterday, but the meeting was digital, and we all agreed that we'll append our signature this morning. So in terms of approval, it was bipartisan. So I want to inform you, Senator Kajwang, that the spirit in the committee was bipartisan, and I fully endorsed the report with a few observations. Thank you.
I'd like to thank Senator Omogeni, even though he didn't address the location from which he attended the virtual sitting. Mr. Speaker, this bill, I think, is long overdue, because we have had the Kenya Health Management Information System in existence. And those people who have worked in the public sector, particularly in hospitals and dispensaries across the country, know that if you want to get report and raw data on health indicators and statistics in Kenya, the place you go to is the Kenya Health Management Information System. Now, this bill brings a framework, puts in place a legal framework for provision of digital health services, and establishes a comprehensive integrated digital health information system. Mr. Speaker, this is something that many insurance companies have been able to do, but they are doing it in silos, because each insurance company that offers medical insurance has developed data warehouses, has developed systems, and through this legislative initiative, we are saying that we now need to have one national integrated database or data warehouse, which will allow us to have a picture of the health indicators of our nation. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the intention and I agree with the spirit, but we must observe a few pitfalls. Mr. Speaker, in clause 16, we have tried to be very prescriptive. We have tried to be very prescriptive on components of an integrated health information system. Mr. Speaker, you should not make the mistake of legislating technology. And that is a mistake we made, even with the electoral laws, that we legislated the kind of technology and the manner in which technology would be used in our elections. As a result, we are stuck with systems that have been passed by advances. There is something in technology we call Moore's Law. Moore's Law says that computing power doubles every 2 years. And Mr. Speaker, if we are going to maintain Clause 16, which would have been best served by regulation, we might end up with an outdated health information system because of the complications of amending laws. And Mr. Speaker, how I wish we were more descriptive rather than prescriptive on those technical aspects of the health management system. Secondly, we must have a candid conversation on management of information systems in government. This is an additional integrated system. We already have IFMIS, which, Mr. Speaker, for those who have been in county governments and in some of the committees we sit in, we have seen that whereas the system can work, the biggest problem is the end user capacity and the end user readiness to use it. We have had systems like IPPD. I talked of the Kenya Health Management Information System that does essentially what we are trying to do here. And so, Mr. Speaker, the government must look at ICT from an integrated perspective, and we must strengthen the agencies, particularly the ICT Authority of Kenya, to ensure that ICT is treated as a shared service across all government departments, rather than having ICT departments running integrated databases in different ministries, and that then just leads to duplication and increases the expenses. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, in terms of data security, the National Health Service in the United Kingdom is said to be the richest data bank in the world, because the National Health Service has maintained such a digital record over the years, over tens of years. Mr. Speaker, there was a certain incident where there was a data breach on the NHS. Mr. Speaker, it was quite embarrassing, and we must also invest in security. And I wish that we were very articulate and we were very, clear and elaborate on the security measures that should be put to ring fence and to build firewalls around these Kenyan digital health systems. Because, Mr. Speaker, the cybercrime situation in Kenya is extremely grave. Banks and financial institutions are losing a lot of money every day. Unfortunately, they cannot announce because they are listed in the stock exchange, and if they say they lost 1 million shillings through a data breach, there'll be reputational risks, and perhaps even their share prices will go down. If we are not careful, we'll get teams of hackers from Russia, from Gaza, from Israel, and they'll hit this database, Mr. Speaker, and then all of a sudden, you will establish when Senator Osotsi got his syphilis, or when Senator Chimera got his gonorrhea, because all that database, all that information will be sitting in one place. And so, Mr. Speaker, we need to invest strongly and seriously on
Senator Tabitha, your name has just disappeared. Senator Tabitha, your name has just disappeared. Did you do that deliberately, or it is an error of the system?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity, and I rise to support the Digital Health Bill. I think this is one of the bills that this country will say, or this House will say, they came together and passed it to benefit our people on the ground. It will ensure efficiency when our doctors are treating their patients. I think we've seen some headlines, shocking headlines, where somebody is admitted to go be operated on a knee, and then he end up being on the theater table, being operated his head. We've seen that. So this will ensure the efficiency, and it is also reduces the cost. let's say, the cost on the cost of the patient, because when they visit one hospital now, it's ensured that the doctor has all the what he's ailing at, and he will not need to tell him go to the next, go to the next. So meaning it will reduce the cost and the time for the doctors that they take or they use when they are treating the patients, and especially places where there are not many hospitals. So we go there, we see big lines, people waiting for days to be treated, and especially when you go to Kenyatta National Hospital. I said, and now I believe that this will reduce and ensure that those big lines will be reduced drastically. And it is a sign, when we pass this bill, is a sign that Kenya is now joining the developed world. I know in Africa, we are in the developed world, but this passing of this bill would ensure that now we are joining the developed world. And the shortage of the medicines that we normally find in hospitals, where our patients will line up treated, and at the end of it, they are told to go home, there is no medicine. I'm sure now with this digital bill, health bill, will ensure that we maintain the stock levels of the medicines in our hospitals. All what our people want to hear is that they can walk in a hospital and within a few minutes get treatment. Within few minutes they leave the hospital with the medicines or with the treatment that they came for. As I know the hospitals that are private, they're already ahead. And when we, as the senators of this house, are saying otherwise, and I know most majority of us visit those private hospitals, they don't go maybe to the general hospitals. So we should quicken and we should support this bill to ensure that everybody enjoys health service like anywhere, any other part of the world, the way the other part of the developed world are doing. And I thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Asige Christo.
The mic. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to put my voice to this debate. But it's not actually my own voice, Speaker. Of course, it is the voice of those I represent, and I'm just here to amplify. Madam Speaker, we all know about what's been going on with data breaches and security risks in the ICT and tech world. We have, of course, heard about WorldCoin. We've heard about e-citizen breach, the KPA breach, different fraud, different AI risks that have been going around in the news, circling. And it's been discussed here already by several MPs on this bill. But I wanted to jump to another issue that I've been thinking about as well as I read through the bill. Madam Speaker, we also have the WEF fund right now, the Women Empowerment Fund, and it had stalled in its implementation, unfortunately, because of the issues and the small gaps that had not been thought about in terms of implementation of a digital platform in our current state as Kenya is today. Also, Madam Speaker, the spirit of this bill is, of course, good, and I agree with it. But unfortunately, apart from the spirit and soul of a bill, we also need to look at the meat and bones of it. We, of course, need progressive legislation. That's what we're here for in this House and across Parliament, because we want to take Kenya to not where it just is or stop it as it is, but to take it to where we want it to go. However, I believe that every cloud has a silver lining, and I wish to play the devil's advocate for just a few more of my minutes. Cybersecurity has been mentioned here as an issue, and it's a huge issue that needs to be addressed in this bill. What are the provisions for it? Are there even provisions that ring fence and enhance cybersecurity? Because digital information in the health bill will be absolutely you cannot describe the measure of havoc that can be caused if there are breaches in this kind of legislation. Madam Speaker, where will data warehouses be located? Will it be within Kenya? Will it be outside, which will outsourced, like we have seen many other functions and systems and services be when looking at the digital and tech economy in Kenya? Next, I want to ask the House about the consideration of job loss. Many people will lose their jobs when this bill comes into effect and is enacted. However, I do not see a place where there is provision for what will we do for the secretaries, the receptionists, for the different nurses, for the admin staff that will, of course, have to go through a job loss or go through will have to live through the reality of losing their jobs and being able to feed their families if, of course, this bill goes through. Job loss has not been addressed adequately, in my view, Madam Speaker, and I wish that this bill would have done so. Also, I would have, in my opinion, loved to have seen a digital literacy bill go hand in hand with this bill because, Madam Speaker, as you know, Kenya, as much as we are ahead in terms of our region and Africa as well with literacy in the tech world, we are not yet close to being able to fathom the issues that will come about because of lack of digital literacy in this country. And I would have wished that a digital literacy bill would have come together with this particular bill so that we could have considered them together and been able to fill in gaps that would have come about. Madam Speaker, what I'm basically saying is that we should not put the cart before the horse. Accessibility has also not been addressed adequately. Madam Speaker, we have to think about internet connectivity. Are we ready in Kenya, seeing as though most of Kenyans are not actually on the internet? We see in Kenya that most of us do not have access to smart devices, which of course this bill will lay heavily on our citizens to be able to access and use and understand. We also need to address the design, development and delivery of the bill and all of the technology and services that we'll have to be addressed therein, Madam Speaker. And we need to be able to include our citizens in all of these processes because we cannot have a bill, we cannot have a platform or a technology without having included.
You can give her 1 more minute to finish her sentence.
Speaker.
Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Also, Madam Speaker, there's a report that shows that 98.1% of all digital platforms across the world, of the 1 million top platforms across the world, are not accessible to all its users. So how are we to address this 9.1% deficiency in this bill? Madam Speaker, affordability is also an issue. Like I say, many Kenyans are dealing with poverty, dealing with food, dealing with basic goods and services that they are lacking. How are we supposed to ensure that they will be able to afford going on the internet, having smart devices, and being able to access this digital health service? Acceptability is also an issue, Madam Speaker. You know us as Kenyans, unfortunately, it's like teaching old dogs new tricks. Many of our citizens, myself included, when something new comes along, we need more time. We need a lot of sensitization, a lot of education on how to use it safely, how to use it efficiently and
Senator William Kipkemoi Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I arise to support this digital health bill. Madam Speaker, Kenya is way ahead in terms of technology. It's only that this particular field, the medical field, that looks like it's still behind in embracing technology. But when it comes to research, they're ahead in research. So I'm happy, Madam Speaker, that this particular bill has come to the House, and especially where we are going to have a national health information system that will be shared across the country by our doctors to share information to save lives. Madam Speaker, some members have said even in the morning and this afternoon that in case anybody is involved in an emergency and they require help, you don't need to have those small card in your pocket to show what you are suffering from. Just with the keying in your ID number, basically into the system, you should be able, the doctor should be able to see what you've been ailing from, and they'll be able to help Madam Speaker in terms of emergencies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that I believe this bill will help is in terms of cost. Madam Speaker, sometimes you can go from one doctor to another doctor and you'll be asked the same questions. You'll be told to take X-ray here, take an MRI here, instead of sharing what has already been taken earlier by a different facility, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this basically will reduce the cost in terms of consultation, in terms of undertaking additional unnecessary tests, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you check, I know members have raised an issue on data security. I remember 2019, we passed a law on data protection, and already we have a data commissioner in place, and I'm happy that among the board members of this particular agency is the data commissioner, who will basically bring on board issues in terms of data privacy, data protection, and ensure the data controllers also and data processors ensure that our patients' data is secured. And there are very serious penalties in place in case there is a breach of data, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is a good bill. But it will also create opportunity. This is a new entity, and this particular new entity will create employment for people. It will generate employment, especially for those who have knowledge in IT, and it means there will be a lot of capacity building, even for our medical personnel in terms of digitization, in terms of ICT. Madam Speaker, I wish to support this particular bill and urge members that if there are issues that we need to amend, as it's been said, within 6 months or 7 months, we can come back and check where there are weaknesses, maybe in terms of cybersecurity protection and other issues, so that we can bring amendments, but we allow the bill to go on so that our people can enjoy and impress this particular law and benefit from this particular law. Madam Speaker, when we were in Turkana 2 weeks ago on Senate Mashinani, we were able to visit Turkana County Rivara Hospital, and the doctor told us he's really getting a lot of help from Moi Teaching and Rivara Hospital, because they installed a medical system about 6 months ago, and they're able to consult the experts in Moi Teaching and Rivara Hospital, and the people of Turkana are benefiting from expertise as far as from Eldoret and even from KNH, Madam Speaker. So this is long overdue. I support it, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Madam Speaker, I have noticed a very worrying pattern with the bills that have been coming from the legislative drafters in government offices. And this is a matter that we have raised previously when we were debating other bills that have come before us. The most recent one, of course, was the community health promoters that we dealt with in Turkana. Madam Speaker, this concern is that every time we see these bills, they are creating agencies that are going to oversee devolved functions. But if you look at the composition of that agency that is then created, it is very heavy on national government appointees. And I can see that pattern repeated in this particular bill, Madam Speaker. There is an agency created under Section 5 of this bill called the Digital Health Agency. Madam Speaker, if you go to Clause 8 of this bill, it then tells you who the directors or the board of directors is going to be composed of. And they have been enumerated there from Clause 8A to H. And I can count, Madam Speaker, that out of the 9 people who are supposed to be on this board, 6 are appointees of government, national government, to essentially oversee what is a devolved function. What is more worrying, Madam Speaker, that if you go through other clauses in the bill, you will notice this pattern being repeated. And for me, I honestly cannot sit here as a senator to allow even an inch of what is devolved to be taken away. And I can see that we are slowly by some of the legislation that is being introduced here, chipping away the functions of the county governments and planting them in national government agencies. If you look at clause 7.2a, Madam Speaker, of that bill, it talks about management and control of the assets of that agency, an agency that is going to oversee devolution. But then there's a proviso to that particular section that says that if that national agency that is managing a devolved function requires to charge or dispose any immovable property, it can only be done with the prior approval of the National Assembly, not of the Senate, Madam Speaker. That tells you that that spirit of clawing back slowly at things that should essentially fall under the mandate of this Senate, under the mandate of the devolved units, is continuing. Madam Speaker, you will go to clause 15 again. You will see that in establishing a framework for administration and management of the health system, the comprehensive integrated health information system, the agency is only required to consult, not with the governors, or the Council of Governors, or anybody else in devolution, not with the Senate. The clause speaks of the agency consulting with the Cabinet Secretary, again, an official of the national government. Madam Speaker, there is more problems that I have seen in this particular bill, under clause 17, where it sets out the main objectives of the system. If the main objectives of the system as per this act, one of them is to make sure that they facilitate data processing and use for informed decision making at all levels, including for resource allocation and management in the health sector. If indeed this is one of the jobs that these people, the agency is supposed to oversee, then if you are using it to determine resource allocation, the people with the resources under devolution are the county governors. If you don't involve them, how are they going to allocate those resources? Further, Madam Speaker, to demonstrate that point even further, under clause 23, subclause 2, it says the agency shall provide health data to the Cabinet Secretary for relevant action. I have a problem with that. This information, health data, should be given to the primary executors of health services or health function, which is the devolved units, Madam Speaker. Finally, if you look at, there was one more issue that I wanted to raise. It has escaped me. Madam Speaker, under clause 26, it gives even the Cabinet Secretary a role in establishment of county health data banks under 26(1)A. I do not believe that that is something that the county, the Cabinet Secretary should be involving themselves in. So what we are hoping, Madam Speaker, is that the spirit we saw in Turkana, that the majority side will allow members, in consultation with the minority side, to actually propose amendments, because we would want to end up with a law that actually lives to the spirit of devolution and making sure that there is purity in the execution of each function that has been given to the national government and to the county governments. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that when we come to the committee of the whole, there will be
I think, honorable senators, we are done with the debating part of this bill, and I'll invite the mover of the bill to now respond.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank all our colleagues who have taken time to contribute to this bill. I've listened to their comments, many of them in their support, as is the nature of lawmaking. Mr. Speaker, I once had a seasoned legislator before I joined Parliament say that just as it is unpleasurable to watch sausage being made, the work of lawmaking also is not a very beautiful exercise. You will hardly ever agree on everything. There are many things that people view differently, but by and large, and I agree with the words of Senator Okongo Mogeni, a member for Health Committee, when he rose to move, he said this, in consideration of these bills, they should take a bipartisan manner, given the nature of the importance of the bill. And they have taken time to explain many of the concerns that members have on data protection, including the laws that have been laid therein. I think I listened to Senator Osotsi, and perhaps if he was here, I would have helped him appreciate better that in a particular law, the reason why we make law, Mr. Speaker, is that there is no one law which on its own is self-sufficient in as far as meeting or mitigating whatever undesired effects could come out of that law. What do I mean, Madam Speaker? That there are issues, for example, of how this data is to be protected. But you must remember that in the year 2019, in this same House, Madam Speaker, we passed the data protection laws, and on areas, on matters of protecting data that has been set out for a particular purpose, that is a superseding or overarching law in terms of providing for that. We don't have to put it in every law, because I hear him make that comment almost on every other bill that we pass here and say, oh, how is this data protected? And so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. There are many such instances that I could close. I could even close with the comments by Senator Sifuna, which I've listened to, about the composition of many of these agencies. Well, we could equally debate, Madam Speaker, and say it is something that we can improve and make better. When we were in Turkana, for example, I saw the proposal that came from members. But Senator Sifuna, you will have to appreciate the position that we find ourselves in as a Senate. If it was up to us alone, we would go the route that you're proposing. But this is a bicameral system of parliament. We have our colleagues on the other side who, each time, when we propose things that are even provided for in the Constitution, sometimes they find difficulty in. And you end up stagnating with very important legislative business, haggling and arguing over certain matters. The thing that you hope, Madam Speaker, and I want to tell you this, Senator Sifuna, I have served in boards, and sometimes when you send, you know, we must equally begin to demand, Sifuna, from COG, the quality of the people that they send to represent us in these boards as well. Because it's not about, it is important to have many, and this is not to make light of your point, but sometimes when you don't have that opportunity, then you'd rather send somebody whose mind from start to finish will be talking about how are the interests of devolution protected in this particular bill. But look at how COG sometimes nominates some of these people. I have seen boards make certain decisions and you wonder, what about the person who we gave the opportunities? Because many bills we pass in this House over the years and say COG shall send a representative, but somehow in the operations of those bodies, we don't see the change and the sense in which they appreciate the tenets and the dictates of devolution. So, Madam Speaker, I want to appreciate colleagues who have taken time. This is the third, Madam Speaker, of this legislation. Shortly, Madam Speaker, upon the conclusion of this, I will equally be moving on to the fourth of the bill, therefore culminating in an exercise that we began a few weeks ago of trying to give life to UHC, a call that we've had, and I mentioned this when we were in Turkana, I think since the third president of this republic, that have been trying to say, what is it that we are going to do to ensure that all Kenyans, Madam Speaker, enjoy good health care and quality health care. And therefore, Madam Speaker, under the principle of good over bad, because I remember when we were doing the new constitution, this present constitution, Mr. Speaker, those that were in the no-camp told us, there is a portion of it that I don't agree with it, therefore I buried the entire document. But those that had been in the struggle for many years trying to get Kenya a new constitution told us, we can live with it, don't worry. Once we get the many good fruits of this constitution, the rest will find ways. Of course, Madam Speaker, we bear testimony today seated as a House. This House of Senate is a creation of constitution. Devolution is a creation of this new constitution, Madam Speaker, and many other good things that you can enlist. And therefore, in the process of lawmaking, I want to convince you, my colleagues, that there is no given time that you will have a bill that will come to this House and you will say, 100% we agree on everything. People have different perspectives on things. But if the spirit, the letter, the intent, the content makes the lives of the people that you represent in this House better, then give it your stamp of approval and satisfaction. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I appreciate and I thank all our colleagues that have taken time and hope that we can progress to this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, understanding order 66.3 Madam Speaker, understanding order number 66.3, I beg to defer the putting of a question on this until to nominate later on today, Madam Speaker, because there is a bill which is the order paper that we want to consider equally. If we can move on with it, then we'll put the question jointly together at the end of transacting this business, Madam Speaker. It can make our work easier, if you so agree.
That is in order, Majority Leader. So next order.
Order number 14, the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bills number 58 of 2023, second reading.
I invite the Majority Leader to move this bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the Social Health Insurance National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023 be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill was published on the 11th of September 2023 and passed by the National Assembly on the 27th of September 2023. Thereafter, the bill was referred to the Senate for consideration. The principal object, Madam Speaker, of this particular bill is to put in place a legislative framework to regulate the provision of social health insurance, Madam Speaker, and promote the implementation of UHC and ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality healthcare service. I listened to somebody speak from the minority side. I don't think Senator Sifuna was there then, but they reminded us that even in the manifesto of our colleagues from Azimio, they had something that was referred to as Baba Care, which was akin to the organs that we have been trying to pursue the last few weeks. Madam Speaker, when I rose to move the first of the 4 bills in Turkana, at the Turkana County Assembly, I did mention that overall, of these 4 bills, Madam Speaker, each serves a distinct purpose. But the underlying principle is that we want to move as a country from being reactive in how we manage healthcare to being proactive, Madam Speaker, by providing additional resources to preventive medicine, Madam Speaker, ensuring that we set in place systems and early warning mechanisms that can help us as a country respond and react early to the challenges of disease and healthcare, so that you have healthier citizens, Madam Speaker, that live more fruitful and better lives, Madam Speaker, than having to pursue it in the way and in the means that we have done the last 60 years, Madam Speaker, where we wait until you become sick. By the time you go to hospital, Madam Speaker, some of the ailments or the challenges that you're facing that will easily have been prevented if we had early detections and warning, Madam Speaker, we find ways of containing it. As it is right now, Madam Speaker, we as a country continue to spend colossal amounts of money treating Kenyans. And you know, one of the biggest challenges that members in this House know without a fail, on a single day, unless you are an animal from another planet, you cannot be a leader in this country and wake up at 6 and by 8 o'clock, you don't have a message in your phone from a Kenyan trying to reach out to you and saying, oh, I went to this hospital, this is what they want, I cannot afford, or we lost a relative and did this or the other. Therefore, over and above the very good intentions of this bill, it is even in our best of interest as leaders and those that are elites in society that we make this enabling legislation that provides a national social health insurance, Madam Speaker, that will ensure that quality healthcare is affordable to those at the lowest of the pyramid. This is about a shared responsibility and a shared burden, Madam Speaker, so that people like you and I who earn better, Madam Speaker, can pay more, feel the pain slightly, but ensure that while I am deducted or earn or pay more for it, Madam Speaker, millions of the people that I represent in this House are brought onto the national health system, Madam Speaker, and therefore they are able to take care of themselves Remember, Madam Speaker, that part of the laws that we passed in Turkana, number one, on the community health volunteers or promoters, Madam Speaker, people that will be going around people's homes, training them, looking after them, teaching them healthy habits, how to live their lives and ensure that they have long, fruitful, healthy lives. We have already passed the enabling legislation for that as a House, Madam Speaker. Immediately after that, we said because many of our local hospitals at the local level will be generating sufficient resources because many people will be sent, we must find ways, because this is part of the spirit of ensuring that devolution succeeds. In the comments that we've just made a few minutes ago, we will tie and ensure that those resources are tied to that same dispensary or health center or level 3 or level 4 hospital. We did that under the primary healthcare bill. This afternoon, we have just come from debating, Madam Speaker, the digital health bill, ensuring that your data is properly captured. We are able to analyze you and know which part of the country or region, Madam Speaker, suffers from what particular disease and whatever challenges, and deploying the proper resources in terms of health facilities to them. This now, Madam Speaker, is the last of the 4 bills, ensuring, because at the end of the day, somebody must pay, Madam Speaker, and because we are not all the same, we are not equally blessed as a country, but we are a country that believes in equity. We all went to the campaigns and pledged that we shall ensure that we build a nation and a society where even those that are not endowed with much resource, Madam Speaker, feel proud and part and parcel to be part of this society, Madam Speaker. And that is part of the organs and the tenets that are being pushed by this bill. Having a national, having a social health insurance that ensures that the villagers that wake up so early to vote for us and find us representing them in this House, Madam Speaker, have some form of comfort and cover. And this is the enabling legislation that is coming onto it. Therefore, we are providing a safety net, Madam Speaker, against the financial burden of medical expenses. And you know, Madam Speaker, it is a fact that is proven, and all of you know it in this House, Madam Speaker, that many families are just one illness away from poverty. That all it takes sometimes to knock people from living a normal, decent life where they are able to fend for themselves is just a member of their family to fall ill, Madam Speaker, because of how our healthcare system is organized. And that is why every president and presidential candidate that has participated in the last 4 or 5 presidential elections in this country, Madam Speaker, from 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017, 2022, has been pledging UHC, Madam Speaker, because people appreciate and they know that it is important for us as a nation, Madam Speaker, to build a different healthcare system, separate from what we have. What we have, Madam Speaker, is a capitalist healthcare system where it is only accessible to those that can pay, Madam Speaker. And we cannot continue that way. You need, Madam Speaker, to build and give enabling conditions for UHC as has been provided in this bill, Madam Speaker, so that you provide the safety net for all Kenyans, and Kenyans can feel proud to be part and parcel of us. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, this social health insurance, it promotes fairness and social cohesion by redistributing the financial burden across the different income groups, a point that I've so ably explained, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we have witnessed with the National Health Insurance Fund, and I have seen, and part of what I'll be responding to later, Madam Speaker, a petition going around about NHIF, Madam Speaker, what you need to do. There are people that will lose jobs, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. But we all appreciate that NHIF has presently constituted needs re-engineering. As it is a bedrock of impunity and corruption. And it is not sustainable. It is not financially viable, despite all the enormous resources that they collect. All other health insurances are flourishing and making money. But the one that has the most customers, because a premium buyer is a customer, just like in all these other health insurance service providers, they cannot turn a profit because of so many inefficiencies that are inbuilt therein. And therefore, issues of fraud, misuse of the funds, misreporting, paying other clinics earlier than the rest, there was just a whole idea about NHIF as it is, Madam Speaker, needs reorganization. And therefore, I've seen in the transitional clauses of the bill, Madam Speaker, how the bill intends to request the staffers that are served therein to apply. Go through a vetting. If you know for sure that there is absolutely nothing to fear, there is nothing that you have done, I don't think there will be prejudice on anyone to say that I know I have served this institution well, I have given the best of my abilities, allow me to serve in this new institution, and I don't think there will be trouble for it. Of course, Madam Speaker, even retired civil servants, and I saw people circulating a petition from retired civil servants who are saying, oh, we used to have a special package for ourselves, which we are now going to lose, therefore many of us are going to die. First of all, Madam Speaker, I find it to be a very selfish petition. Sorry to say that to the retired civil servants that are watching it. We are trying to put in place a social health insurance that brings in place all the 50 million Kenyans. But for you, the only concern that you have is, what about me? How can I be safe? Yet, first of all, we have paid you your entire adult working life. Ensure that you have good health care at the expense of all these other Kenyans, including the very poor villagers that are in the far-flung villages of this country, from Vanga all the way to Turkana, where we are. They all contribute to you as a civil servant living well when you're in office. When you're in retirement, you still want to tell them that at a time like this, when you are trying to ensure that every Kenyan now is put, because this bill, there is nowhere that excludes anyone, including those retired civil servants. But the problem that they have, Madam Speaker, is that they are telling us, let it be put in writing. I want to be sure myself that I'll be part and parcel. Not thinking about the people that have been paying taxes for them to enjoy a good life in their productive years, and they want the same people to still pay for them in their retirement. I don't think that is right, Madam Speaker. However, misinformed as their petition is, Madam Speaker, I want to inform them for the record that the social health insurance that is being provided here covers every Kenyan up to the age of 100 years. So unless we have retired civil servants who are 101, and if they are there, we're willing to listen to them and perhaps have a discussion with them. But every other Kenyan will be covered by the provisions of this bill. What we are not willing to do, and what I want to plead with you, my colleagues, is that don't create special groups for any kind of Kenyans. I thought we all went to the campaigns and promised and said, let's find ways of making life bearable for every Kenyan. Therefore, Madam Speaker, it is on that platform that we are moving and proposing to the House that we move and change the administrative inefficiencies and lack of transparency that have hindered the fund's inefficiencies and effectiveness, Madam Speaker, by creating this new body. Madam Speaker, the rest of the bill, of course, is about part one that provides the purpose and objects, creating this social health authority that will ensure the standards of course. Did you know, Senator Sifuna, I don't know if you know this, that if you went with your NHIF card and had a scan at Mbagathi Hospital, that there are clinics within the same proximity that will charge you double the amount for that same scan. And chances are, because of these same inefficiencies that I'm talking about, those private hospitals will be paid faster than Mbagathi Level 5 Hospital, despite the fact that they are earning more. Mbagathi Level 5 may wait even maybe for up to 1 year before NHIF compensates them. That is why we are setting up this authority, the Social Health Authority, so that you standardize. It will now not be possible to charge for the same procedure, whether you do it in a private hospital or you do it in a hospital that of a similar standard in the private sector. NHIF, or rather the Social Health Authority, will not give the approval for anything to be charged extra, because we are making one large contribution as a country to ensure that we carry and share the burden. Therefore, Madam Speaker, just as a last point, part 5 of the bill is extremely important. I have personally treated a relative when they face chronic illness, and I know how many other families have to carry that burden, and how difficult it is, Madam Speaker, for those, either they're in retirement or for one reason or the other, who are faced with critical or emergency chronic diseases, Madam Speaker. And you know, the previous provisions of NHIF as put together did not provide mechanisms through which such emergencies can be created. Part 5 of the bill creates a fund now that so long as these Kenyans that are covered under this provision, and it's for all of them, this pool of resources will be deployed to handle those emergencies, Madam Speaker, and ensure that as a family, you don't get to the point where you sell basically everything that you have and lose out eventually, because sometimes, even after selling all those things, there's no guarantee that your relative or family member, Madam Speaker, will survive that particular disease. And therefore, this fund is being created to handle such situations. Therefore, Madam Speaker, there are many other very productive provisions, Part 6, on the claims management and so on and so forth. Therefore, I want to state that this bill is an instrument for attainment of UHC, and I urge honorable senators to support this important bill, whose passage will ensure accessible, affordable, and quality healthcare for all Kenyans. I repeat, all Kenyans. So long as you are Kenyan, you are part and parcel of those that are covered under this particular bill, Madam Speaker. And don't accept to be misled by any other person that is trying to claim otherwise. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to move and request Senator, the chairperson of the Health Committee, Senator Jackson Mandago, to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mandago, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Majority Leader. First and foremost, I wish to second this bill, Madam Speaker. And this bill, Madam Speaker, has been well elaborated by Majority Leader. But Madam Speaker, allow me in my seconding to make a few remarks and concerns that have been raised, and I think it's because of the information that probably has not gone out well to the members of the public and citizens of this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to ensure that every Kenyan in any part of this country is able to access health care, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as the government strives to roll out UHC, we must create a situation that enables that UHC to be rolled out by making sure that all the function and attendant facilities that go with the rolling out of UHC are in place. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks first to make sure that there is sufficient funding for us to be able to roll out the UHC, create an enabling environment in the management of those funds, Honorable Speaker. And thirdly, Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to make sure that no Kenyan is excluded from accessing health services in any public institution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the past, and I think this is where we want to communicate to the public and generally to all of us, that the difference between the new bill and the new authority and the new social health insurance that is going to be established is that every Kenyan is going to access health services at the package that has been prepared. But, Honorable Speaker, realizing that most Kenyans, when they are diagnosed with chronic diseases, when they are diagnosed with diseases that are costly, Honorable Speaker, the insurance companies, the private insurance companies, and even NHIF, the current NHIF, Honorable Speaker, to some extent, could not cover. What this is now providing for is to ensure that from the social health insurance fund, the access is guaranteed, where a citizen who exhausts their social insurance cover will then graduate to the next level provided for under the chronic illness fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once a Kenyan is registered under the social health insurance fund, they then automatically qualify to access treatment for the chronic diseases under the chronic fund without being asked to top up any funds. And I think those who are asking whether there are enhancements, why we don't have enhancements in this bill. Enhancements that we have had in the past, Honorable Speaker, was actually creating classes of citizens in this country, where those who are earning, where those who have income, where those who are being paid by government would enhance the services they are going to access by paying additional premium. Social health insurance is making sure with no additional premiums, you are able to access the health services that you require. And therefore, I want to assure those who are retired, whether in public servants or in private sector, I want to assure those who are elderly in the society that for the first time, you will have a health care that will take care of you until probably, Honorable Speaker, mambo ni matatu ya tatu ukisafiri. For the first time, you are guaranteed as a Kenyan citizen that once you are a contributor, once you are registered, you will access the primary healthcare services from all the facilities. And should you be diagnosed with any disease that is lifelong, Chronic Fund, Health Fund will take care of that and will make sure you receive the treatment through the period where you need to access treatment, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to ask and plead with my colleagues that we support and pass this bill so that we can begin the rollout of VAC. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, be now read a second time. What's your point of order, Senator Sige?
Madam Speaker, I would like to raise a point of order, understanding order 1113, to limit the debate on this motion to a maximum of 5 minutes per member. Senator Cherargei.
Senator Cherargei, have you seconded? I did not see that. Seconded. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the debate on the Social Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, be limited to 5 minutes for each senator while contributing. I put the question that the debate on the Social Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, be limited to 5 minutes for each senator while contributing, and I make a determination that this matter does not affect the counties. Sorry. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Each senator will not go beyond the 5 minutes. So, Senator Cherargei.
Start. Boni, Cherargei akimaliza. You move the one.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Mine is to support the Social Health Insurance Bill number 58 of 2023, National Assembly, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to say this bill is one of the enablers of universal health coverage, Madam Speaker, including what we just concluded in the discussion. Madam Speaker, I'm happy because this bill now gives opportunity each and every Kenyans to receive insurance cover. I know for very long, Madam Speaker, insurance cover has been the privilege of the chosen few. But what we are doing is that every Kenyan who is born at the commencement of this bill, Madam Speaker, they will have opportunity to be registered and be part of the insurance cover, medical insurance cover. Madam Speaker, as you have heard, every family in this country is one illness away from poverty. And therefore, this is one of the bottom-up economic model, the better model that the President is espousing. Number two, Madam Speaker, you have seen that the contribution, Madam Speaker, towards this medical scheme, Madam Speaker, is based on the ability of each and every member. You know, as at the moment, the NHIF, everybody used to pay the equal amount, Madam Speaker. But now we are using pro rata. The more you earn, the more you contribute. The less you earn, and this is the cushion that the President and the government has espoused, that many Kenyans were uncomfortable with the high contribution rates to the NHIF, Madam Speaker. But at this point now, Madam Speaker, every Kenyan will pay according to their ability, Madam Speaker. The third point I want to make in quick succession is that I'm happy there is a specific provision to cover chronic and critical illnesses fund, the emergency chronic and critical illnesses fund. Madam Speaker, our people are being ravaged by chronic diseases like cancer. Madam Speaker, I'm happy whenever you go to funerals, to arambes of cancer victims, Madam Speaker, and other chronic illnesses, the clarion call by Wananchi, the ordinary Wanjiku, Madam Speaker, has been to what is NHIF, what is Social Security Insurance doing, Madam Speaker, to ensure Kenyans who, because you know treating cancer and other chronic diseases, Madam Speaker, is very expensive. You lose a life and you lose property, Madam Speaker, and that family goes back to poverty. So, Madam Speaker, on the issue of chronic illnesses and critical illnesses fund, I support 100%, Madam Speaker, and it will assist in curing, Madam Speaker. I don't know, and I hope this fund at some point, when it comes back, we should invest also on research, because some regions, Madam Speaker, normally have high cancer cases than other areas. Madam Speaker, number two, I want to agree that some employers, Madam Speaker, have been doing statutory deductions, but not remitting to the social insurance, Madam Speaker. I'm happy. They will never run away. And most of the culprits, Madam Speaker, you know you was truly deputized as one of the powerful committees in this House called Public Accounts. Most of the culprits, Madam Speaker, are counties, where they do statutory deductions, including the contribution to social insurance of health, Madam Speaker, and they don't remit. I'm happy the cure is in this law, Madam Speaker, and it is exciting. Even any employer, the writing is on the wall, mene tekel, Madam Speaker, that anybody who takes money through statutory deduction, they must remit, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy the penalties have been enhanced. And even, Madam Speaker, we should propose, you and me are lawyers, should propose even lifting of the veil of the owners of those hospitals. Madam Speaker, the fifth point is on the frontline and claims. Madam Speaker, you heard there was an hospital that was being owned by NHIF almost 2 billion. Yet we know they have not hired that, Madam Speaker. I'm happy the claim fund has been put in place, Madam Speaker. Any right-thinking Kenya, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, this is the bill of the hustlers. The hustlers will receive this redemption after today, Madam Speaker. This is what the President has been espousing on better. It is called bottom-up economic model, Madam Speaker. Yes. Every hustler today should celebrate because the freedom is here with us, where they can walk to a medical health center somewhere in Mosoriot, somewhere in Kipteren, Madam Speaker, somewhere in Marsabit, somewhere in Chimoi, Luanda, and other areas, Madam Speaker, and be able to receive medical care, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, on the issue of employees of NHIF, they should be free. They should be free, Madam Speaker, to subject themselves to the process. No one is being fired. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Honorable Senators, I have a communication from the Chair. Honorable Senators, in the public gallery, we have 53 pupils accompanied by 2 teachers from Melelu Primary School, Narok County, who are in the Senate on an education tour. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. And I want to request Senator Delegate to welcome them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to take this time to join you and our colleagues to welcome pupils and teachers from Narok County to the Senate. You are welcome to the Senate. This is the second, the upper house of Parliament, and I want to invite you to learn what we do here in Senate. Thank you so much, and welcome again. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to move a motion pursuant to Standing Order 34, 4A, and therefore I beg to move that the Senate resolves to extend its sittings until conclusion of business listed at orders number 13, 14, and 15 in today's order paper until the conclusion of all business listed in today's order paper. Thank you. And I request Senator Chute to second.
Madam Speaker,
Senator Chute, please.
thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 34-4A, that the Senate extends its sitting until conclusion of the business listed at orders number 13, 14, and 15. Honorable Senators, I put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 34-4A, that the Senate extends its sitting until conclusion of business listed at orders 13, 14, and 15. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Sigei, Wakili.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also rise to support this bill. And Madam Speaker, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. The bill speaks to the wealthy of this nation by making sure that it supports the health of the people that lives within this particular country. Madam Speaker, I will, because of time, go straight to the very specific aspects of the bill that I must comment on. And clause number 3, Madam Speaker, lays out the objectives of this particular bill. And Madam Speaker, it seeks to improve the healthcare of the management of the healthcare resources of the country. And by so doing, it takes us back to an appreciation of the fact that previously, and even as we speak right now, we have had health insurances which are run by private sectors thriving, whereas those run by the government have had challenges, which it is all over in appreciation of the need to make sure that we transform this particular health sector in order to make sure that our people are supported by the government. And this, Madam Speaker, is a realization of the commitment that the Kenya Kwanza government made in the course of its seeking to be put into power by the people of Kenya. And that particular objective under Section 3A, seeking to realign the healthcare systems, processes, and programs for purposes of immediate response to the needs of the people and ensure that there is an element of reliability and sustainability of the healthcare in this country is a very, very important aspect that should we pass this bill, I believe, Madam Speaker, we will be speaking to the millions of Kenyans who are struggling to sustain themselves by the demands of the health and the cost of the medical demands that all of us at any given time in our lives seeks to get. Madam Speaker, the desire or the provision of the bill to ensure that it pools resources and risks which are based on principles of solidarity, equity, and efficiency is a guarantee to the people of Kenya that the bill, once it's passed into law, will ensure that there is access to healthcare and services to all Kenyans, irrespective of their economic, social, or otherwise political status. Madam Speaker, that is one core aspect of this bill that we must be encouraged to support in order to make sure that we give Kenyans part of the promise that was made. I will, Madam Speaker, straight go into the part 4 of the bill that seeks to establish the Social Health Insurance Fund. This is under provisions of Section 25, 1, 2, and of very key importance is the provision that monies which will be placed into this particular fund comprise monies appropriated by the National Assembly for the vulnerable and the indigent people. Madam Speaker, this is one of those which we are saying healthcare is supposed to be available to each and every Kenyan, irrespective of your economic status. Whereas we are talking about various classes in the current available health insurance fund or health sector, this particular bill, if and when it's passed, will ensure that it is every Kenyan who, as long as he or she has registered, can benefit from the provisions of the fund that is provided and established under the provisions of Section 25B of the bill. Part 5, Madam Speaker, provides for the establishment of an emergency chronic and critical illness fund. This is one of those very key provisions, and I must commend the government and also the mover of this motion for making sure that we honor and give priority by establishing a very specific fund for this particular group of people. Under 28A, it is specifically provided that this fund will be available after the depletion of the social health insurance cover. This, Madam Speaker, is a top-up to the provisions, or rather to the entitlements that you get by mere fact of being a beneficiary of the fund, whereas you are under a condition that is chronic.
Time up. Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Madam Speaker, allow me to begin with some things that have been said on this floor, first by my colleague Senator Cherargei. If you look at the first schedule of this bill, Madam Speaker, and I want to read it word for word so that nobody accuses me of bringing in things that are not here. They are saying that the current staff of NHIF, Madam Speaker, that they are eligible to apply for the positions advertised by the authority and may be considered for appointment where they are suitably qualified for the positions advertised. Now, Madam Speaker, you know there is a depletion of trust in this country. If people are already working for an organization, they were vetted, and they are qualified, why would you subject them to a re-application process, Madam Speaker? This is what is causing jitters within NHIF. These people, if they were competitively recruited, should just be automatically absorbed into the new fund, Madam Speaker. Because some of us get very jittery around recruitment processes under this government, because we've been told of the story of shareholding. Madam Speaker, many of us are not shareholders in this government. We've been told we cannot be given positions. What happens to the non-shareholders who applied and are working for NHIF in the event that they meet this, the person who has been, auditing shareholding of people during the recruitment? So what we're saying, Madam Speaker, it should be clear that the people who are working for NHIF now, having been recruited and they know they are qualified, should automatically be absorbed into this fund. Let me proceed by saying, Madam Speaker, the second concern, and I heard the majority leader speak about the people who are elderly and have retired. Those people are not saying that the bill does not take care of them. They are saying they need some specificity. That in fact, when you are above the age of 65, even though you are eligible to get, say, private insurance, we know because the prevalence of chronic and terminal diseases amongst that age group, from 65 to 100, many of the private medical insurance do not like to insure this age group, and most of the time, the premiums are very high. I know that because my parents are in that category and the premiums are extremely high, Madam Speaker. But I want to say that I confirm here that I support the establishment. Madam Speaker, I did not interrupt Senator Cherargei. I don't know why he wants to interrupt me.
Let's hear what the point of order is.
Mr. Speaker, and you need to protect me from Senator Abbas. Madam Speaker, sorry, understanding order 105, responsibility statement of fact, is it in order for the Nairobi Senator and my senior brother, Senator Edwin Sifuna, to indicate that this country is a shareholding country, Madam Speaker, and yet this is a foreign country? Is it in order for him to cast aspersions as per standing order number 105? And even further creating jitters about the transition period under NHIF, Madam Speaker, is it in order?
Senator Sifuna, you can clarify about the shareholding, about the debating on the category of the elderly. He is within his rights to debate what he thinks about that.
Madam Speaker, it is a matter of public record that somebody as senior as the Deputy President of this Republic has said it openly, that the government that is running this country is a private company with shareholding, and that if you do not have shares or you have minimal shares, you get nothing. Madam Speaker, allow me to proceed, because these are matters of public record that are even known, and we should take judicial notice of them. Madam Speaker, the second concern that I had is with regards to benefits.
Senator Sifuna, Senator Chirarige, are you okay with the response that has been given?
But my job here is not to make him okay, Madam Speaker. This is a matter of public record that this House has taken judicial notice.
Senator Sifuna, you were to clarify. I asked you to
But,
clarify.
Madam Speaker, you know, Senator Sifuna is a practitioner of law. Kenya is not a private company, it's not a shareholding company. Is it in order, Madam Speaker? Those ones you can say in public rallies and funerals. Madam Speaker, this is a house of records, and the President himself had said, even if it is judicial notice in Siaya, that each and every Kenyan will be served by government regardless of how they voted. Is it in order for Senator Sifuna to bring statements that are made in baby showers and funerals to the floor of the House?
Senator Sifuna.
Madam Speaker, I don't know what about me looks like somebody who attends baby showers, but let me say this, you're wasting my time. Madam Speaker, the most critical concern I have, and I hope my time has been posed under Section 31. Madam Speaker, if you read the language of the benefits under Section 31 and 32, it appears that there's going to be different categories of packages that people are entitled to based on the premium they are paying. Now, the problem that I have, number one, this Act does not disclose to us what tariffs are going to be applied to Kenyans in this particular new health scheme. We have not been told if it is going to be 2,000 shillings or 3,000 shillings, as opposed to the current situation where we know everybody pays the same amount of money. There is no clarity here, and it is being left to the Cabinet Secretary to set that tariff. And the Act says that every beneficiary shall be entitled to an essential health care benefits package. That is like what everybody is going to be entitled to. Is supposed to be a base package. We have not been told about the other packages. There's going to be a premium package for dynasties, and I'm sure this essential healthcare benefits package is for the hustlers. So let them be more clear, Madam Speaker, about the benefits. We don't want to be sold hope, and then we are told, no, your contribution only entitles you to this, what are called essential healthcare benefits. If you want anything else, you have to add money. We want that clarity in the packages, and we want the clarity in the contributions. It cannot be left to the whims of the Cabinet Secretary. Madam Speaker, I want to finish by saying that I am very happy with one provision here on the establishment of an emergency fund. As SG of ODM, as a member of Azimio, we did promise that we were going to implement, if we got government, the provision in the Constitution that entitles everybody to emergency health care. We have seen cases of people dying in ambulances here in Nairobi because the hospital that you've been taken to will not admit you until they know who's going to pay for that admission, Madam Speaker. So this is something that I would support, the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund, and this money is going to be able to go to guarantee that the cost of emergency treatment, if you find yourself in an accident somewhere, maybe people don't even recognize you. You might have your premium insurance, private insurance, but people do not recognize you, or you are driving alone, you are unable to retrieve your card. They should be guaranteed that every person who's taken to any hospital in the country under emergency circumstances will receive.
Senator Abbas Sheikh Mohammed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I think the social health insurance is actually an appropriate insurance for Kenyans for health cover. And this replaces actually the old NHIF. As you're aware, in the past, NHIF actually has been giving health covers to this country, but there has been a lot of abuse in provision of services, payments, and there was a lot of cartels involved in these things. Having said that, the current social health services, hopefully, as it is said in the bill, will have a lot of check and balances to minimize any abuses of the service of the health insurance. Honorable Speaker, actually, primary health care is a very important facility for Kenyans. Actually, most of the Kenyans cannot afford to pay for the premiums that are given by the social, by insurances, especially the private insurances. And the Kenyans, I think, the social health insurance now becomes a safety measure for the Kenyans so that at least they can be able to access appropriate health services. However, there are two concerns. One is actually, as said by Senator Sifuna, the bill says that the current staff will be retired or they will be added, or they retire or be moved to other ministries. I think this is going to be very unfair to the existing staff. They have built enough capacity. They have enough knowledge. I think the best thing is to vet them. And if there's any anomalies with the existing staff, then they should be vetted. They should not just be sacked or be sent away to home. Though it has been said that the recruitment should be done by the current authority will do this own recruitment, recruit its own staff. I think these are also the same, Kenyans, these are also Kenyans. And they have the right to be employed. And they should be given the first priority. Two, Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, and I was hearing the majority leader was saying that this covers everybody. What happens in Kenya is that Kenyans that are above 65 years are really having a lot of challenges. Most of the insurances don't give them covers. They are subjected to a lot of examinations, and most of them don't even qualify because of their age. They are Kenyans who have served this country in their lifetime, up to the time they attained 60 years old. And I think in the past, there was a special case for those kind of cadres. They have associations like the Kenya Association of Retired Officers, which was giving them at least, it's an association that was helping. And with the negotiations through the NHIF, they were able to access cover, and actually that actually helped so many Kenyans who cannot afford and their families. And I think this thing has been overlooked. Two, the school-going children used to have covers, free cover. This has not been settled anywhere. So I think there are a lot of gaps that we need to at least to discuss more, so at least these people are not being left out, because the young children going to school are very important to this, the next generation. The old age actually have served this country. Members of Parliament, even some of us here, were beneficiaries of that cover through what we call the former Parliamentarians Association. And therefore, I wish to ask the mover to look into this issue, so that we can be able to save the old age Kenyans who have served this country dedicated for 60 years, and our children who are growing up, so that at least they can have a better care of health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Recha Julius Murgo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also raise my voice along with my colleagues. Social health insurance or coverage is something that is really basic and goes in handy to help situations that will not be helped, and goes along with the bottom-up philosophy of our government now. And therefore, this will target the very poor people that cannot afford the other coverages otherwise, because the other coverages become very expensive, and therefore the poor people that are living in poverty and deploring situations that do not have money muscle will benefit from this. And then also will help the elderly, as many have expressed, because the elderly are in most cases in dwindling source of money strength or economical situations, and therefore this kind of insurance, basic or social, will really help them to give them ability to be able to purchase drugs, to be able to go to hospitals that can be affordable to them, and then also will help the vulnerable, like children of the poor that need medical attention. This kind of coverage will really help them because they cannot really be able to afford to go to the other health facilities and settings that are there. And then it will also be able to spread job opportunities to the real rural, so that those who are in real rural can be able to have health attention and help from nurses and so on. And then it will also mean that it will be a healthy nation, because when the bottom of the pyramid is helped, it actually covers the whole nation, and therefore a nation that is healthy and able to work hard and be economically strong. So this insurance is very suitable for a nation such as ours. I support.
Senator Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to join my colleagues in strongly supporting the social health insurance bill. Madam Speaker, because of time, I'll go straight to part 5, the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund. Madam Speaker, when this bill is passed and ascended to, this is going to be the biggest benefit as far as I can see. There are people who have suffered chronic diseases like kidney diseases, people who have had transplants, who have to have lifelong treatments, have suffered. We know families that sometimes skip medication. It's been a disaster, Madam Speaker. So this is the best benefit to me, and I really want to laud the framers of this bill because of this very important proposal. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is the emergency fund. It is very sad to live in a country where on emergency, an hospital actually rejects you. You are already bleeding because you have been found on a road having been knocked by a motorbike, and you cannot go in because there is no money. And we know this because a lot of people have been turned away by hospitals. So the creation of a fund that is national in nature, the creation of a fund that we can call our own fund, is a very important creation in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I support everything in this bill, and to note that finally we have a solution for the chronic illnesses that our people have suffered. People have died prematurely because of lack of support when they have undergone this kind of, when they have had this kind of illnesses, and this is going to be a thing of the past. We look forward to this bill being ascended to. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Asante Madam Speaker kwa kunipa nafasi, na mimi nitasema matatu haraka kwa sababu ya muda. Ya kwanza, Mama Speaker, Madam Speaker, I can't be heard. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Speaker mwenyewe hasikii. I want to be protected, Madam Speaker.
Senator Mungatana, be heard in silence, please. Consult in low tones.
Yes, Madam Speaker, nilikuwa nasema jambo la kwanza ni kusema ya kwamba ile kuambia watu wa NHIF waombe kazi mara ya pili, kipengele hicho Bwana Spika, mimi ninakiunga mkono kabisa. Kama wao wako qualified, waombe kazi. Na tena imeandikwa hapa kama hawatapata hizo nafasi, wako na nafasi ya kuomba retirement amba wapelekwe kwa nafasi zingine za serikali. Kile kitu muhimu nataka kusema ni kwamba saa hii NHIF vile ilivyo Bwana Spika, imetudhulumu sana sisi watu wa kutoka kaunti za kando. Kaunti kama Tana River, Madam Speaker, utakuta watu ni wachache sana ambao wameandikwa kwa NHIF. Kwa hivyo wacha hii NHIF ivunjwe na hii mamlaka mpya iandike watu kutoka kwa kaunti zote. Hivi ilivyo ni kama NHIF ni jopo la watu wa Nairobi peke yake. Kwa hivyo wacha hii ivunjwe, watu waandikwe wakitoka kaunti zote, kwa sababu hii ni bima ya watu wote wa kaunti zote. Kwa hivyo tunaomba ivunjwe aswa hiyo NHIF, tupate nafasi na sisi watu kutoka Tana River tuandikwe kwa hiyo NHIF. Ya pili, Bwana Speaker, Madam Speaker, imesemekana hapa ya kwamba hii jopo mpya ambayo inatengenezwa, hii mamlaka mpya, itakuwa na nafasi ya kutoa kuandikisha watu wapya kutoka sehemu mbalimbali watoe hizo huduma za afya. Bwana Speaker, tunataka watu wakienda kutafuta watu, wakija Tana River, waangalie wale ambao tayari wanasaidia watu. Madam Speaker, pale chini kuna watu ambao wanasaidia watu sana, na wao ni nurses, wamefungua vituo vyao vidogo, lakini unakuta NHIF hawawaandikishi hawa. Madaktari tu wa kawaida wamefungua vituo vidogo, machief clinical officers hawaandikishwi. Sasa inakuwa kwamba vituo vikubwa kutoka Nairobi ndio vinapeleka branches Tana River na vinanyima watu wa afya kutoa nafasi kwa wafanyabiashara ambao wako na nafasi ya kusaidia watu wetu. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono sana ya kwamba hawa wapewe nafasi ya kuandikisha watu wapya ambao watatoa huduma za afya, na waangalie wale ambao tayari wanasaidia wananchi huko chini. Ya mwisho, Bwana Speaker, mimi nilikuwa naomba kipengele kimoja kiingizwe hapa, ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali baada ya kupitisha ile sheria digital, wabunge, maseneta, wakubwa wa serikali, kupitishwa kipengele kipya hapa kiseme wasipewe nafasi ya kwenda kwa private hospitals. Wote sasa tuwe tunaenda huko kwa public hospitals. Kwa sababu tukifanya namna hiyo ndio tutazijenga hizi pesa ambazo tunazitoa sasa kwa hii mamlaka mpya zitatumika vizuri. Tunataka sasa watu waanze kufanya ukweli, sio kudanganya wananchi alafu sisi tunaenda kwa hospitali kubwa za private. Kipengele hicho kingewekwa, watu wangechukulia hii mambo na uzito zaidi. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Thank you. Senator Abdul Haji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, that the mover be now called upon to reply.
Do you have a seconder for that?
Senator Kinyua can second.
Senator Kinyua. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 109, the mover be now called upon to reply. I put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 109, the mover be now called upon to reply.
Okay, Madam Speaker, given that I've now been told...
May as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. May as many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I know there are those who maybe wanted to say one or two things about it, but we have been, like I've said, Madam Speaker, this is one in a series of 4 related bills which you cannot separate. If you had a chance to speak on primary healthcare bill, you have said most of the things that you want to say about UHC. If you spoke on social health, it's the same. If you spoke on the digital health, Senator Osotsi, and when I was replying previously, I responded to your concern on data and said there's something that you need to appreciate about the data protection bill that we passed in 2019, that it is so elaborate in terms of how it relates with other bills, such as the one we are passing on digital health, to a point that your fears that perhaps maybe that data isn't secure needs to be laid to rest because it's properly protected. So I want to appreciate, Madam Speaker, it has been properly explained to perhaps those who had 1 or 2 issues that they wanted to raise on the issues of staff and personnel, that all staff are eligible to apply. And for sure, if you have worked at an institution and they are creating a new one and you're given an opportunity to apply, why should you be worried? To the best of my knowledge, you will have even undue advantage over those that are just trying to seek employment, unless you are part of the cartels that we are trying to destroy, because everybody in this house knows the challenges that we have at NHIF and what we are trying to resolve. And Senator Omogeni told us earlier that even in the Azimio manifesto, you had something that was called Baba Care, which involved actually re-engineering of NHIF as presently is. So with those very many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. I've left the floor.
I had initially directed that we defer the division on number 13 and 14. And I want to, before we resume for division, I want to request the clerk to call order number 15.
Order number 15, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 23 of 2023, second reading, division.
I'll request the Sergeant at Arms to ring division bell for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Honorable Senators, it's time for division. I will request the sergeant at arms to close the doors and draw the bar. Honorable Senators, let's resume. Please resume your seats. Senator Murango, Senator Nyoto, Senator Kenywa, Senator Tabitha. It's division time. Methu, Senator Methu, you are out of order. Senator Methu. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, be now read a second time. Voting will be electronic. I request you to log out, and I direct us, the Sergeant at Arms, to pull out any cards that are remaining in the delegates units which are not being utilized. At Arms is there to assist you. Sergeant at Arms is behind you to assist you. The following senators, please proceed to the clerk's desk for assistance. Senator Gedhuku, Senator Methu, Senator Osotsi. Where is Senator Osotsi? It's not in. Senator Perry Stobiko, approach the clerk. Senator Perry Stobiko, please approach the clerk. Honorable Senators, these are the results of division in respect to the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023. The ayes 32 votes, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Digital Health Agency, to provide a framework for provision of digital health services, to establish a comprehensive integrated digital health information system, and for connected purposes.
Next. Honorable Senators, we are proceeding to the next bill for division. The Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023 be now read a second time. We are voting electronically, and I request you to log out and log back in, ready to vote. Honorable Senators, you may proceed to vote. Please cast your vote. Senator Mweda Gataya, Senator Chesang, can you approach the clerk for assistance? Senator Chesang, can you approach the clerk to be assisted? Honorable Senators, these are the results. Can you resume your seats, Honorable Senators? Resume your seats. Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division in respect of the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023. The ayes 32, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. Next.
A bill for an act of parliament to establish the framework for the management of social health insurance, to provide for the establishment of the Social Health Authority, to give effect to Article 43, 1A of the Constitution, and for connected purposes.
We're moving to the next division, the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 23 of 2023. Honorable Senators, I put the question that the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023 be now read a second time. We will be voting electronically. Please log out and log back in. Senator Peris Tobiko, can you approach the clerk? Honorable Senators, these are the results of the division in respect of the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, National Assembly Bills number 23 of 2023. The ayes 32, the nays 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the additional allocations to county governments for the 2023-2024 financial year, the responsibilities of national government and county governments pursuant to such allocation and for connected purposes.
Honorable Senators, the Senate had earlier on resolved to extend time until the conclusion of business at orders number 13, 14, and 15, and we have now done so. Therefore, the Senate stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 12th October 2023 at 2:30 p.m.